system, right? But there you go. Musharraf, good job. They are stored on a hard drive. These directories are stored on a hard drive. That's the component on your server that we talked about, okay? Very good. Now, here, I will give you question over here. You guys will give me answers over here. Okay, let's start with this. This is the base directory. Underneath this directory, we have a bunch of other directories. We have bin. By the way, what is the boot directory for? Home. We got temp. We got var. We got sbin. Those are booting files. Booting files. Of course, you guys cannot see it because I didn't share my screen yet, but thank you for reminding me to share my screen with you guys. All right, let's do this. Booting files, great. So we have this file system over here, our directory structure, whatever you want to call it, directory, file system actually. Everything starts from here. And then underneath this directory, you have a bunch of these directories. Now I'm going to go and I'm going to create a directory. By creating this box, I want to show you that this is a directory, not a file. And today we're also going to learn that how do you differentiate between a file and a directory. So if I'm over here, my username is John. Let's just say for 1 second. My boss at AT&T, he was a Persian guy. He was the CTO. And I remember he used to call me John. John, J-O-N. Asad John, Asad John. That's like a respectful way of calling people. And we were very close. So I'm over here. This is John's home directory. And John has a bunch of directories under this directory. John has a class directory. John has a project directory. John has a Red Hat directory. John has, give me the name of directory, guys. Linux. And John has a directory name stuff. Okay. Now, let me give you a scenario. Let me give you a scenario over here. And then you guys are going to tell me how to do this. When John, first of all, John wants to find out, number one task, John wants to find out what directory he's in. What is he going to do? He's going to type pwd. Very good. Second thing, John wants to find out what is in his current directory. How does he see all the contents over here? ls command. ls will give you all the contents. What would John see what you see over here? Would John see bin, boot, home, temp? Or would John see John over there? Or would John see class, project, Red Hat, stuff, Linux? Which one? There you go. Talha, you're on point. Anybody that says home is wrong. Anybody that says class, project, Red Hat, and stuff and Linux is on point. Very good. Now, John is present working directory is /home/John. He's sitting over here right now. Okay? And John wants to go to this directory over here. What is John going to do now, ladies and gentlemen? Tell me in steps. The current working directory is this /home/John. So what is he going to do? There are two ways to do this, ladies and gentlemen. There are two ways to do this. Some of you are absolutely right. No matter what, if he wants to go to sbin, and the sbin starts from the root over here, the slash, then he can simply come over here and simply type sbin. Correct? That's one way. The other one would be cd space dot dot, which would put John right here from John into home, and then one more cd dot dot would put him right over here at root right here, and then he can do cd sbin. Okay, that's a longer way. So let me show you what I mean by that. I type ls over here. Let's just assume I am John. I am over here now. pwd /home/Asad. I want to go to the sbin. So first I have to get out of this directory and come over here. So how do I do that? One step above, go back one step. Go from here to here. You always use the command cd because that's change directory, and then dot dot. Very good. Now pwd, I'm in home. But the directory I want to go to is under this root, this slash. So it's one step above. So I go one step above again. And then I type pwd again. And I see slash. And now I can type ls. Do I see sbin over here? Yeah, right here, sbin. So I'm going to say cd sbin. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I check I'm in sbin. If I knew the absolute path, absolute means like the full path, I can always type it in and it will always take me to where I want to go. Make sense? Go back here, clear my screen. Okay. Now I'm going to talk about which one would I prefer. It really depends. It really depends. One is called relative path. This one going manually one by one. cd. Now let's see over here. pwd cd dot dot. I'm using, this is called relative path. You don't have to remember this right now. And then if I simply say /sbin, where I'm specifying where I'm going, this is called absolute path. Absolute path. And while I was working at AT&T, another story time over here. I know some of you guys hate my stories. When I was working at AT&T, they hired a new young man, okay, who had listed on his resume he had 5 years of experience. And when he started working, and this manager asked him to run some commands. He was on the command line and he was sharing screen. And manager goes, can you use the absolute path to go to this directory? He did not know what the absolute path was. Like, he did not know the term absolute. And the manager goes, okay, that's okay. You can stop working now. And then he called him into his office and he said, how is it that you don't know the absolute path and the relative path, which is very, very, very elementary stuff? and then he had him leave his job, honestly speaking. Therefore, at Linoop, we're going to make your life a little bit hell, but we're going to make you so capable that you will be solving complex problems at work. You will be walking with your head high because I know what it takes. I've been on interview panels. I know what they are looking for. And I've been on the job site and I have heard way too many stories. So I know how to equip you with that knowledge and with that confidence that you need to survive in the industry. And if you look at the success ratio at Linux, number of people getting fired is what? Maybe less than 5% about all the people that I have taught so far. And even those people, I knew they were going to fail because they did not take the course seriously. This 6 months, everybody was telling you yesterday alone, they were ending on this note. You got to be committed to this. 6 months will get you a six-figure salary. There's no question about it. There's no doubt about it. But you got to be committed. 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours daily, discipline, your life will be good. And you will be super good at the command line. And this is all hands-on stuff. If you don't practice daily, you're going to lose it. I cannot stress enough on this, okay? So another thing, if you come to me and I ask you a question on a one-on-one meeting, hey, do you have time daily, an hour to 2 hours? No, Asad bhai, I have work and I have family. And yeah, I can pull off an hour. I can pull off 30 minutes. I'm going to be like, brother, thank you so much. I don't need you. Go do something else with your life. This is not going to work out for you. This is the kind of person I am. Very straightforward. And I'm willing to say no to you if I find you not good fit for my program. Nobody's going to do that to you. Everybody's looking for your money. I'm not. The reason is the real money I make is when you get the job. Otherwise, $6,000, say $1,000 per month for 6 months, barely pays the bills. I could easily be working for a Fortune 150, could be easily making $400,000. With my experience, I gave it up. And my business partner and all the people that are working with me, working around the clock, 24/7. It's a nonstop cycle. This is the life we chose because we want to make sure that we give back somehow. Even today, with the price that you're going to pay, if you get the quality education and if you get the direction in life, the guidance, the motivation, and the real skills, it's a good deal. It's excellent deal because there's too much noise outside. There's Udemy, there's YouTube, there's people showing up on Instagram and TikTok selling you every goddamn thing that they can. But nobody's willing to give you 4 free weeks to sit down and teach you what you will be learning in 6 months. Nobody has that guts to do that. Okay? Nobody has guts to do that. I'm the only one that take this risk because I know this platform and what we are capable of. And I don't want to take anybody with me that does not understand what I am teaching them. I am not willing to take you if you're not understanding what I'm teaching you over here because your brain, is not structured for this type of stuff. But I want to tell you one thing. Don't be too quick to judge this because this will take time to sink into your brain. As long as you are a little bit curious, you want to know, you're not afraid. I had one kid that showed up in my class, the second class that I did it ever. And he said, listen, I didn't come for a job. I don't want a job or anything like that. I just want to know what the hell they type in this black screen. And what do they do? These IT people. And he was straight out of village. A kid straight out of village, living here, driving taxi. I said, no, I don't entertain people who do not want jobs. This is a job placement program. He's like, please, out of curiosity. And he said, only one thing, whenever you're teaching, one or two sentences in Punjabi whenever you teach. I was like, bro, what are you talking about? He's like, language barrier, Paji, you know. I was like, okay, man, this is tough, but I'm going to do it, right? So I did it. It turns out that kid was a kid number one in my class. He knew everything. We were stuck on one issue for like 4 or 5 hours. And even I was not able to figure it out what's going on. He sat through that damn issue for 6, 7 hours. And then he called me. He said, I figured it out. What was wrong? And then he told me everything. And I told him, I said, you're super good. Wherever you go, you would excel. Let me get you a job. He's like, no, no, no. I'm happy driving yellow cab. I'm perfectly fine. Okay. So some people are curious. If you're that curious, you're going to do amazingly good. So let's go over here. We got our SBin over here. And now let's go to the home directory and let's work on these commands today. I want to cover these commands. mkdir. Let's take a look at this command. So mkdir will create new directory for you. Directory. In any directory, as long as you have permissions to create directory. Okay? As long as you have permissions to create directories. So first of all, we're going to find out how to tell whether this is a file or a directory. How many of you already know how to differentiate between file and a directory? When you go into any directory, right over here, and I type ls over here, how do you know which one of this is a file, which one of this is a directory? And blue and white, I don't know. I don't understand colors, folks. I swear to God, I don't understand colors. Touch, let's create a file over here. File. So I gave you a command, touch. Touch will create a 0-byte file, okay? And if you type ls over here, you see the file is created now. So we know there are two different colors, white and blue, okay? The white seems to be a file and the blue seems to be a directory. I don't know. How do you know this is a directory? Well, you cd into it and you find out, well, that's not the right way to do it. The right way is you have to use the flag. You type ls over here and then you type dash, which means now I'm using options with this command. And the options are A and L. And A, basically this option means show me hidden files. Show me the hidden files in the directory as well. Hidden files. And L means long listing. Show me all the details. So let's come back over here on the command line and let's type over here ls dash, you can say dash or you can say hyphen dash al. And what are these two things called? They are called flags. They are flag. So every command, flag. Every command has a lot of flags. And how do I know all of their flags? What does a flag means? Option. Every command has a lot of functionality. In order for to use their functionality, different options, you can use the command man. So let's type over here, man ls. Man stands for the manual pages. Man stands for the manual pages. Thank you, Abdul. You're helping me a lot today. Man pages. So let's see over here. You come over here. Okay. Man ls. And the way you get out of the ls command is press Q. Press Q. The command is man ls. And when you come over here, it shows you right over here. I'm going to take a snipping tool over here and then I'm going to break it down. I know, guys, my speed is very slow today and you guys are feeling like, I'm wasting your time, but bear with me. Here. To start off, the ls command, first of all, it will tell you what command that you are looking at the manual pages, okay? Manual pages basically means, how to use the command. List directory contents. It lists the directory contents, ls command. It tells you what the ls command does. And then it says ls command has different options. And then it shows you how to use the ls command. This is called synopsis or syntax. Syntax. So it says the way you use the ls command is you type ls. And if you have options, then you type the options over here. And then you can type the file name wherever you want to apply this to. And if you don't give the file name, then if you leave it blank, then it is assumed that you want to list the directory, what's in the current directory. And now these are all the options that you can use with this ls command. So in my previous example, I said ls -a. So let's take a look at the A option over here. What does the A option stand for? All. It says do not ignore entries starting with the dot, meaning show me all hidden files. All hidden files. Okay? And then the second flag we said was L. So let's see what's the L stand for over here when you come into the listing. What does this say over here? L is for the long listing, long format. Okay? So if I quit out of this and I say ls-al, and that's what I see over here on my screen. Right here. ls, hey ls command, show me all the files and their long listing, meaning details. And if I break down this information over here, right over here, let's take it into the snipping tool over here. I type the ls command, and then I type the two options with the ls command. These options are called what? Flags. Do not call them options. I would say say them flags, because somebody's going to say in your team, hey, can you use this flag with this command? And then you're going to be looking around. So let's learn the technical language. These are all flags. What does the flag A do and what does the flag L do? Flag A means show me all files, including the ones that start with the dot. See, the dot files in Linux are called hidden files. Okay? You see some of these files that start with the dot, 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 dot. They are called hidden files. So the ls command, if you do not type the A flag, it will not show you all the files that start with the dot. It will not include all the hidden files. And then the L flag, ladies and gentlemen, is for the listing, long listing. The output that you see on your screen over here, this is all the long listing. It gives you detail about every file and directory. So far, so good. You guys are with me so far? Okay, I see no momentum from this class going on over here. Now we're going to see how to interrupt this information, how to break down this information. Let's take a look at this desktop over here. All right. Let's go to the pink color. All the way to the left, all the way to the right side is the name of the file or directory. All the way to the right side, you always will find the name of the file or directory. So these are all the names of the file and directories that we are looking at. All the way to the left side, you will see whether they are a directory, if they start with the D, and whether they are a file if they start with the dash. Directory, directory, dash means file, directory, 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 file, 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 file. So now you learn real quickly how to differentiate between the file and the directory. So if I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, over here, the pictures over here is the name of a file or a directory. Is it a file or is it a directory? That's a directory. Beautiful. Let's talk about over here, this guy over here. The name is file. Is it a file or is it a directory? It's a file because it starts with the hyphen, with the dash. It's a file. Come to this guy over here, documents. That's the name of the file or directory? Is it a file or is it a directory? It's a directory. And while I'm on this topic, ladies and gentlemen, and if it's not too much information for you, let's break down. What is this? What is this? And what is all of this over here? Let's break it down. Well, by looking at this over here, what can you tell me? By looking at this over here, what can you tell me? This is a timestamp when the file or directory was created or last updated. Timestamp. You know how files keep record when you write them, when you modify them. They have a record in them. Because you want to see when was the last time I modified this file. Sometimes I'm working on 2-3 documents, same document, and I save them. And then I'm like, oh, which one was the latest one? I completely forgot. But then I look at the timestamp on that file and it says that, oh, May 2nd or May 17th. Which one is the latest file or directory that we created over here? Well, we have two files over here. .less .less which was created on May 17th, 1244, about 5 minutes ago. And then there's another one called file May 17, 1238. And the next thing over here is the size. How big is your file? And the size given is in kilobytes. Kilobytes or bytes, I believe. One of these. So this file over here was created on May 17th, 1238. And this says the size is 0. Okay? Size is 0 over here. And now let's talk about what are these two things over here? What are these two sections pointing to? This section points to the owner of the file or directory. And this one is a group. So if you remember, my username is, let's come back over here. How do I know my username? Well, if I look over here, that's my username. I can also type the command ID or who am I. So it tells me that I am logged in as Asad123. And so this over here, it shows that this file over here is owned by, I am the owner, Asad123 is the owner of this file. And then the group is Asad 1232. I'm going to explain the grouping later on. But you understand the account, right? Username, ID. This is my ID. So whenever I create a file with my ID, it's going to be under my name. It's going to belong to me. No matter where I create that file, what directory I create that file in, it's going to be under my name. And so let's take a look at this. Let's go to the directory called bin. And let's type over here ls, sorry, ls-al. And I'm going to take a snipping tool over here real quick, and I'm going to ask you guys questions, and I'm going to see how many of you are smart in this class and how many of you are slow like me. I want to tell you one thing, folks. I am very slow at learning, but once I learn something, it sticks to my brain because I teach it to somebody. And when you teach it to somebody, it's like putting a stamp on your knowledge that will never go out of your brain. Okay. Question. This entry over here, what's the name of this entry? ZNew, of course, ZNew. Is Z new file or a directory? It's a file. Who is the owner of this file? And what group it belongs to? Root. When was this file last created or modified? And what's the size on this file? 4581 bytes, I believe. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. All right. Here's the challenging one. What is the name of the file over here? That's the challenging one. There's always something challenging in life. What's the name of this file, ladies and gentlemen? Well, this file name is ZSTD. And what is this? Is this a file or is this a directory? This says here L. It's a link file. It's a linked file. As you can see, this is the actual file. It's like a shortcut. This is the actual file. And then somebody linked it to this name over here. We're going to learn links. They are very powerful in Linux. They're very powerful. So you guys understand now dash, D, and L. Okay, we're making good progress. Let's go. Let's go to the home directory once again. Now, I want to give you guys a test. mkdir class 2026. Now, mkdir, I will go to the temp directory and I will create a directory called class 2026. And I will give everybody rights to write to this directory. Go, every single one of you, go to the directory temp and then go to class 2026. I want to see how many of you are following with me. I want oh, there you go. There's always a smart kid in the class. There you go. There you go. Check it out, these guys. They are so anxious. They're so fast learners. I didn't even ask them what to do. These are the dangerous people, okay? When they go to work, they're going to mess up something because they're not going to wait for the instructions. Write down their names, guys. Okay? These are dangerous people. All right. You know, these are real dangerous people. So you know them. They messed up my plan. I had a plan for you guys, but they messed it up. But let's see. Let's see what they have done for us. Okay. And somebody is writing over here saying, I money want. Okay, Raza. Ali Raza, you're so passionate about money, bro. I like it. The terminal does not connect. Just log out and log back in, please. Okay. Let's understand what they did over here. Everybody, please pay attention to me over here real quick. And then we're going to move forward. Okay. Test time. Is this file or a directory? If you said directory, you got 10 points. Beautiful. Excellent. Tell me the owner of this file. Oh no, tell me the owner of this directory. This is a directory. Directory. Who's the owner of the directory? Right over here. If you said Ali Raza, you're 100% right. Ali Raza. Ghost of Bed-Stuy. Okay, great. Barber T. Bytefly. Oh yeah. Bytefly is Abdul. Okay. Bytefly is doing good too. I see that on the pulse. Shout out to Bytefly. You're doing good. Very good. Okay. Now, the over here, Barber, is it a file or is it a directory? It's a file. When was this created? May 17th. What's the time? 12:56. Beautiful. Now, all of you guys that created your files and directories, remove them right now. Quickly. Remove them from this directory. How do you remove file? RM. How do you remove a directory? RMDIR. Go ahead. Let me see over here how fast you are. Let me see how fast you are. Now they cannot figure it out. Now the ghost fly, the Bed-Stuy, the Barber Singh, everybody's gone now. Here we go. These are the people who cannot figure out how to delete a file and how to delete a directory. Yet they jumped quickly to create them. This is what we see over here. This is how I'm going to roast you guys, okay? And Bale, what happened to you? You don't know the RMDIR command, dude? What happened? Bale 2. And this, whose file is this 777? Ali Khan, you don't know the RM command? Come on, bro. All right. So these three kids over here, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what their usernames are. Israr, Ali Khan, and Musharraf. They don't know the simple command RM and RMDIR. Okay? That's how I'm going to roast you guys moving forward. All right. So how about we try to delete stuff for them? Let's see. Bale 1, RMDIR, because it's a directory, ls. Bale 1 is gone. And now we say RMDIR, Bale 2. Oh, he deleted it before I did. Okay, ls. Kamran, RMDIR Kamran. I got you, Kamran. Okay. ls, gone. Now we have a clear path over here. Anybody else want to take a risk of jumping the ship before the ship docks? Huh? Okay, let's go. At this point, I want each one of you to create a directory with your username, with your name, first name only. Create a directory for yourself in this directory by your name, with your name. So I got Abdul, I got Ahmed, I got Basil, I got David, I got Hamza. Okay, we're making progress. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, very good. So these are the people who are actually following me. These are the people out of hundreds of the students that are logged in over here. These are the actual people that are following me. How many of them are there? Let me see. 28 people out of 117. 29 people are able to create a directory under this directory structure /temp/class 2026. Tell me what the hell I'm doing wrong over here. 32 now. 32. Only 30% of the class is able to follow what I have taught them in the last 20 minutes. Not last 20 minutes, to be fair, in the last 5 minutes. That's pretty impressive. Okay. Are you guys having a hard time creating a directory? Or are you having a hard time going into the directory? I want you guys to talk to me in the chat. Yeah, of course. This is first time you guys are learning this stuff. Like I said, it's gonna need you 3-4 weeks. Your brain is not accepting this information right away. It's gonna take you time. Don't jump, okay? Do not jump. Imagine that how many people on this planet would be able to put up with this type of work, and the number of jobs that going to get created with the AI boom. How are we going to fill these jobs? This stuff is not for everybody. We're just creating ones in the /temp here. So let's do this. I'm going to do this for myself. Let's just say I was in my home directory, and then my sensei, in Japanese the teacher is sensei, tells me to go to this directory. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to do it 2 ways. One, I am over here. I can get out all the way over here. I am going to do it the relative path. I can see I can go 1 step back. ... This is relative. I'm doing things one at a time, not in a single shot. One at a time things, slowly, I'm getting out from one directory, then going into the previous directory. pwd ... This is relative path. pwd ls. Very good. Now he wanted me to go to the temp directory, so I am going to go to cd temp. I do not have to type this because I am already in this. I do not have to put / all the time. The mistake that you guys are going to make, write my words. You will always start putting slashes and everything. Okay? I will tell you to go to some directory and then you will put the /, even though you don't need to put the /. That's a mistake you're going to make. So now I'm over here. I go to the temp, tmp, and I type ls. And now I want to go to the class 2026, which is right over here. I go to cd class 2026. What is the difference between the / and the \? In Linux, we use /, the one that you're using. In Windows, you use /, this slash. That's the only difference. Backslash is used in Windows, / is used in Linux. So come over here. Now I can see that, you guys are creating directories over here. Beautiful. Let me just do a count over here. Okay, we got 46 over here. Okay, now you guys are over here in this directory. Those of you who had a hard time creating directory over here for your name. Now you're going to use the command. First of all, tell me, are you guys here? temp/class 2026. You guys are here? Beautiful. Those of you who are struggling, talk to me. I like the people who struggle, because their brains are just, okay, where are you? The one who just said no. Which directory are you in right now? If you're new to this class, don't worry. We will give you help. We will give you private time tutoring as well. The system just logged me out. Go ahead, log back in. Don't worry. Log back in. There's always going to be people who have some experiences. There's always going to be people. What's the website? The website is os.linoop.us. os.linoop.us. Okay, very good. Now you're in. Very good. Let's go to this directory. Just type this path. Type cd/temp/class 2026. Listen, I'm never going to roast the students who do not understand what I'm teaching them. It's my problem. If you're not learning what I'm teaching you, there's nothing wrong with you. There's absolutely something wrong with my teaching. I take full credit for that, okay? I take the responsibility for that. Therefore, I will slow down and I will give you the extra support available to you. The way we're going to do this is this. Every Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to come introduce new topics. And then I will go over those topics, just like what I'm doing over here, hands-on, immediately hands-on. And then you can, on Tuesday and Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., you will be joining our live classes. Sime is going to be there. I'm going to be there. We are going to do the labs together, one step at a time. We're going to repeat like 5-10 times. First 4 weeks, once we start the paid program, it's going to be very, very slow learning, because if you don't get these foundations right, you're always going to struggle. So I never want to rush you. I want to make sure that directory structure is in your brain. The commands are on your fingertips and they are trying to make sense. You will be obsessed with this stuff and you will start to dream about files and directories, just like you had your first crush and you were dreaming about them. It's going to become your first crush, believe it or not. And if that happens, if that hasn't happened to you already, and if that happens, you know your own path to success. I promise you that. You're definitely going to dream about Linux. I promise you. And that's the indication that you're on the right path. So you come to this directory over here, and now you type ls. And you can see these are all your class fellows that created their directories. And we can see their names over here. Okay? And let's see how many of them are here. What? 560? No, that's the number of words I'm trying to find. Okay, I'm going to try to find the lines. About 60 people have created. The directory. So now we're going to create the directory. The command is mkdir. And then After the command, I give the name of the file or directory that I want to create. So I am creating this for myself. I am going to give my name Asad. I have just created a directory with my name. I want you to create a directory with your name. So you would type mkdir. But first of all, make sure that you are in this directory, temp class 2026. And then you type ls for the heck of it. And now you come over here and you say mkdir. And you put your name over there, whatever your name is. And then it will create that directory for you. Okay? Now I want every single one of you to go into your directory that you just created. So cd into your directory that you just created. As you can see, I was able to cd into the directory that I created, and it is Asad. When I come here, I type ls command.
Asad bhai,
Yes.
and some folks are confused still. If like you created under temp class 2026.
Right.
So if I want to create class 2026 under temps, can I create?
No, you cannot create because there could be only one file or directory with the unique name. If I have temp class 2026, this directory already created under the temp directory, then you cannot create that. But you can go into that directory and then you can create your own directory over there. You know, so it's like a folder that you have in Windows. In my documents, you have my pictures, right? Let me show you over here. If I were to create another folder over here by the name my folder, do you think I can create another folder by the name my folder on the desktop over here? No, because then that's going to be confusion. So a directory in Linux is similar to it's folder basically, not similar. It is a folder. So what's the point of having two directories with the same name? It's a confusion for the system. Okay. So now we're gonna go and go back to my thing. Sign by any other question?
So another question, like in Windows, we can name with the space. In Linux, can I create a directory class space 2026? Would it be creating a single directory or would it be
Let's
creating two different directories?
let me show you here mkdir, and I'm gonna say Asad and my last name Akhtar. Is this going to create one directory or two directories? It will create two directories because the space is treated as you want to create two directories. If you type ls over here, you can see they are two different directories. Okay. What other question you have, Saimbai? You are asking good questions.
So while we are here, so can we create another directory with the same name? If you have a directory Asad, can you create a file with the name Asad?
Okay, let me see that. So if you want to create a file usually, not usually, always contains the text. And directory contains files and directories, subdirectories inside. Think of directory as a folder. Okay. So if I say touch over here, touch command is used to create a file, empty file. And if I say touch Asad, the system is going to be confused because you already have a directory by the name Asad. So it's not going to entertain your request. It's going to say choose a different name for the file because you have a directory with that name. Oh, Oh, no. So yeah, touch is a little bit different way to do this, but here, if I were to create this file, see, it says Asad is a directory. That means it already exists. So you cannot create a file or directory with the name that already exists in your directory. Okay? So that's the thing.
Touch is a silent command. It doesn't show any reaction or any output, any error on the screen. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Touch is not a good command to create files because it's new, stuff for you guys. We're giving you easy stuff. And it's going to take some time. These are all legit concerns. We all have been there. We all have struggled with this stuff. Literally 2 to 3 weeks you need to get this stuff into your brain. I cannot expect you to understand. I cannot expect you to understand right away because the structure is simply not there. Okay? And when we start the paid program, we will give you, a tutor, maybe a small group, 10 people working together. Okay? It's going to be a small class anyways. I feel like it's usually we have a very large class, but this time I feel like I managed to scare a lot of people from this class. So we don't have that many people. So you guys are lucky. Too bad for me, but you guys are lucky. It's not going to be that big class. Okay. So normally we have 150. Sometimes during COVID, I had 300 students too. So, but nowadays, people want to do easy things. I don't know how far the easy things are going to take them. Wait till the AI take over your job. Then you can have fun, sit home all day long, nothing to worry. And honestly speaking, the good thing that's coming your way, the good thing that coming to your way is UBI, Universal Base Income. Those of you who do not want to work hard and you want to live an easy life, the US government is going to give you $1,500 to $2,000 per month. Yeah, they're definitely going to give you that. 100%. It's coming. It's coming your way. I promise you, because the AI companies, no, it's called UBI, Universal Base Income. They're talking about it already. Because AI is going to kill a lot of the jobs that you are a secretary doing this, and you were doing some operational stuff. Anything that you were doing on your desk will be replaced by an AI agent coming soon in 2 to 5 years. And then the AI companies are going to make crazy money. They're going to put some of that money into your pocket. I just keep them happy. Give them $2,000. And so those of you who do not want to work hard, beautiful. It's per family, not per person, per family. $2,000. So you pay your bills, you have your rent, and then you work around your backyard. Just school se बैठो, मौजें, सूटा लगाया और सो गए. Have fun, and your life is gonna be beautiful. Okay? But there's going to be some crazy people like me, like some of the people over here that already signed up for the program. These crazy psycho people, they're going to be working hard. They're going to be making $400,000, $500,000 easily because we have multiple skills. AI cannot replace us easily. Yes, eventually it will replace maybe 10. Well, yeah, that's what you want, right? If you don't want to work hard, $1,500, $2,000 is decent amount of money. But another thing that's going to happen is everything is going to become so cheap because robot will be producing things at the speed of light. Amazon is going to have robots working over there. China is already employing a lot of robots, humanoids. And, yeah. And humanoids are going to create things at the speed of light. So the laptop that costs you $3,000 today is going to cost you maybe $500. The $2,000 that you're going to get, the $2,000 that you're going to get is going to get you a lot of things. It's going to get you milk. It's going to get you bread. It's going to get you the sutta. It will help you. Believe me. So don't do the hard work. Take it easy, relax. Okay? Let's continue. I'm sure the person who complained about me the other day is going to be really pissed at me today saying, hey, this guy doesn't stop. But I think, isn't it my job also to educate you about what's coming your way? Okay? Jahan se, if you have this loop running, love you ho gaya bhai ji. What's going on over here? Okay, let's go. So now we know the touch command. Now we know the mkdir command. And yeah, we're going to take a break over here for 5 minutes. I've been talking for so long. Nonsense talking. So we're going to come back. We're going to look at another command. We looked at the rm command. We're gonna execute this one. We're going to look at the rmdir. We're going to also execute this one. And then we're going to look at some mv command and possibly some cp command. All right, once again over here, I want to test your RMDIR skills and the RM skills. I want every single one of you to go to the temp and the class 2026 directory. Let's get in here. You could use the absolute path with the cd command /temp/class 2026. Hit enter and you will land over here. Do ls. I want all of you guys to quickly remove your directories. RMDIR Asad. Right over here. It says that I have stuff in my directory. So I cannot use the RMDIR anymore. Why? Let me show you over here. ls. I have 2 more directories in it. So I have to use a command which is more powerful, which will use this syntax. RM means remove, and then I'm going to use the hyphen. R means recursively, and F means forcefully. Forcefully means do not ask me questions. Oh, you want to delete this file? Are you sure it's not going to hurt your feelings? Are you okay for me to do? None of that stuff is going to happen. It's going to just wipe it out. There's an article, a news rather. Maybe you guys can search it up right now. One guy destroyed his $1 million company with this command, rm-rf. He destroyed his millions of dollars company with this command. He wiped out the whole content of the company with the one command. And I have seen a lot of people lose jobs because they use this command rm-rf with a lot of privileges, like the root privileges, and they end up losing their jobs. So be careful whenever you're typing rm-rf. So let me talk about this real quick over here. rm-rf. Recursive means if you have a directory that has 50 other directories inside, just remove those. So let's come back over here. I'm going to go one step back. I am in this directory over here. And now I'm going to say rm-rf on my directory Asad. So my directory is gone. And now check ls asad. You could do ls on the whole directory, or you could do ls on a particular directory. It says, no, your directory is gone. If I do ls, I want every single one of you to delete your directory. Let's do this right now. So Ahmed, go ahead and delete your directory. I can see all the username over here. 123, Nazim, you have a file 123. I want you to delete that. Shafak, go ahead, delete your 2 directory over here, number 2 directory over here. Ahmed, go ahead and delete your directory, Ahmed. Asan, go ahead, delete your directory. Ali Khan, you have a file, you created a file, delete that one. Anabia, go ahead, delete your directory, which is basically Asan. And Anam, go ahead and delete your directory. Every single one of you, please go ahead and delete your directory. And I want to see how many of you are successful with this. Very good. I can see the directories are going down. Beautiful. You guys are doing great job. Excellent. Somebody created a new directory called Linoop game. So let me see who's this gentleman. Imadi. He just created a new file called Linoop game. No problem. You can have fun with this. Now, all of these guys over here, why they're not able to delete directories? Why they're not deleting directories? Why there are green color directory? That's not a directory over here. This is a file, and this file has the executable permission. That means it can run as a program. Why you guys cannot delete these directories over here? Ali Kasser, Ali Zadi, Anam, what's going on over here? You guys need my help? You guys need my help? Okay, what's the help you guys need? Talk to me. Talk to me.
Mostly it's about they're not putting space in between RMDIR and the name of the directory.
Okay, let's do this. Pay attention. The problem is you guys do not pay attention when I'm doing it. You start doing it right away. You have to see how I do it first, and then you got to do this. And like I said, it's going to take a lot of mistakes before you get it right. And I promise you, this is the hardest thing in Linux that you're going to learn. The hardest thing you're going to learn in Linux. Everything else will be simple concept and command, concept and command, concept and command. Okay. Now, very good. We're down. We're down. Anam, what's going on over here? Anam, take a look at this over here. I'm going to clear my screen and I'm going to come over here. Anam, take a look at my screen over here, okay? ls. Look, I am in this directory over here, class 2026, and I see your directories over there. I'm going to say rmdir anam. Rmdir anam. And look, your directory is deleted, ls. There you go. Your directory is gone. Asfia, what's going on with you? I can say rmdir asfia, and your directory is gone. Here, rmdir here. Okay, he or she deleted it. rmdir I gone. rmdir imad is not a directory, it's a file. I'm going to use the rm. Gone. rmdir.
So then if they
rmdir.
have a file in the directory, so would RMDIR delete this file, this directory?
No, that's not an empty directory then. Then they would have to use the rm-rf. And let's just see over here. Let's assume this one has some files and directories in it. And now we're going to just copy paste this over here. rm-rf and then the name of the directory over here. Oh, wow. Yeah, he set permission, so I cannot delete that one. So let's do this one. RM Linoop.
Just create a directory and put a file in it.
Okay, like we could do that. mkdir directory 1. Oh, what did I do wrong over here, folks? mdkir. Great job, Asad bhai. Great job. You're good. You're excellent. Okay. Here, mkdir dir1. Go to dir1 and now create a file. Touch file1 pwd. And now I have a directory dir1 with file1 in it. Okay. Now I'm going to get out of this. You cannot be in a directory that you want to delete. You cannot be inside that directory. You have to be one step out of that directory. I am one step out. You can see I was over here earlier and I am now at class 2026. Yes, Zara, you see that? You found your mistake. Some of you were in that directory and you are trying to delete it. Listen, if you cannot add less and you cannot see that directory, how are you going to delete it? Let me show you. dir1. I'm in this directory and do ls. I don't even see dir1. How am I going to delete it? rm dir1. It doesn't exist. It's one step above. Go one step above. ls. Now I see dir1 over here. Oh, you guys are doing great. Now I'm down to 3-4 people. Okay. This is excellent. You guys are learning faster than I thought. I gave you 3 weeks. You guys are learning in 3 hours. Okay. I swear this is good progress. But I'm still going to teach you for 3 weeks this same stuff. Okay. You're going to hate me, but we're going to do it. Oh, now I'm going to say rm dir remove a directory 1. Read the message over here. One thing that I'm going to tell you that will make you super top-notch DevOps engineer, make the error message your friend. What you see on the screen over here is the error message. Make the error message your friend. Accept the error message in your life. Just like you have accepted other things in your life. You know what I'm talking about, right? We all have accepted some things in our life. Those of you who are married, you can relate to this more than, we all have accepted a lot of things in our life. So just like that, accept the error message in your life. Welcome it. Ajo, let's talk. We'll sit down, okay? Error message is your buddy. Error message is your new love that you are looking for in your life, okay? As long as you love error message is going to make your life beautiful, okay? So the error message is our new love that we were looking for. So the error message says, failed to remove directory 1, directory not empty. Isn't error message so cute? It's telling you everything. Like your spouse who would never tell you what's wrong with it. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you mad at me? I don't know. Don't ask me. You never care anyways. Why? Go talk to your parents. So error message is not like that. Okay? Error message is telling you what's wrong with it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about over here? And I'm not just talking about girls over here. Okay, I'm talking about your spouse. Okay, I use the word spouse, okay? So error message is beautiful, and error message is saying failed to remove directory 1, directory 1 not empty. What a beautiful poetic thing to say. I completely understand what it's saying. It is saying, yo, buddy, directory 1 is not empty. You cannot use the rmdir command. You're going to use the rm-rf. rm-rf. Thank you, error message. You're such a great. And let's go. We're done. Okay. Now, you see, error message made my life a lot easier. Okay. Now, let's see these. Oh, we got an infrastructure guy over here. Who's this guy over here? Oh, okay. Yeah, Imadi. Imadi is doing some funny things over here. Shafak, what's going on with you? Why you're not able to delete your directory? Huh, Shafak? What's going on? Here, I'm gonna delete this for you. RMDIR Shafak. Most likely. Error message. Once again. Why are you mad at me? Talk to me. What's going on? No, you don't care. Well, error message is telling you what the issue is. RMDIR failed to remove. So we're gonna do RM-RF and the Shafak. Oh well, oh well, oh well, she's playing games. She did not give me permissions, so I cannot delete her directory. Okay, that's a subject for another day. Now, once again over here, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna create a directory called experts. And I'm going to give you guys permissions on the experts. Now I want you guys to go to experts, experts, and come over here and now create a directory with your name real quick. Daniel is there. Abdul is there. Algoba is there. Altaf is there. Bruce is there. Jahzeb is there. Raza is there. Nabila is there. Shane is there. Zara is there. Good. And Ali is there. Ali Zadi is there. Aisha is there. Beautiful. And we are sold out, ladies and gentlemen. The show is sold out. The show is sold out, ladies and gentlemen. Not really. We got Azishan, we got Raza, we got Muna, we got Isba. No, the show is not sold out, folks. Show is not sold out. Now let's go. How can I go to file, exports, and create my directory? It's not a file, it's a directory that I created. And the directory I created is under the /temp. So all you have to type is cd/temp/experts. Oops. You know, folks, I'm going to give you one magic formula. When you type temp and ex, hit the tab button, and it will complete the directory name by itself. It will complete the name by itself, so you do not make any errors. Let me come over here. I said cd/t and I hit tab. It completed temp for me. Then I said there is a C directory that starts with the C, and I hit tab and it gave me class. And now I'm going to put 2 over there and I'm going to hit tab. It's going to give me 2026. Now I go back over here and I say expert E and I hit tab key, expert. And if you do tab cd/tab, You will see all the possible directories in there. Great job. Thank you, Abdul. Appreciate that. Now, let me go to my experts and see expert. Who deleted this? Somebody wiped out the whole directory. Experts? Okay, CD experts. Okay, experts. Okay, beautiful. Oh, excellent. So let's do this. WC-L ls/l pipe sign. 51 people are following with me right now. 51 people. Okay. So we can see all of these people over here that are following alone. Some people are probably logged in from cell phone or something. That's the ratio. That's the ratio I'm getting over here. Anyway, now I want you guys to change your directory name from your first name to first name dot last name. First name to dot last name. So if I create my directory Asad, I'm gonna change, now I'm gonna use the command mv space, the old directory name, the new directory name. I give you guys my full name so you guys can Google me, find out things about my life. I'm sure some of you guys did that. How many of you did that already? You try to check, where is he online, what things he has done, how many tickets he has, how many properties he owns, the basic curiosity things, okay? Do not add me on LinkedIn. For now, there's a reason for that. You do not want to add me on LinkedIn. And if you guys are transitioning into my paid program, I want you to start working on LinkedIn now when we start June 6th. There's a reason for that. I'm going to give you new life, new goals, new life. I cannot say new wife because some people get mad at me, but yeah, if that works for you, why not? But when we transition into the paid program, we definitely let you know what to do with that, okay? What about a new husband? Oh, that's a good one. A new husband? Okay. That's a good one. Okay, I like that. A new husband. What about a husband is a good deal. What about a new husband? I don't know about that. Brand new husband. Oh my God, you got yourself a trouble, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, the mv command moves a rename, moves or renames a file or directory. If you put the file name over here, this is the file that already exists. And then what name you want to change this to? New.file. This is used for file as well as directory. So again, I have a directory called Asad. I want to change this directory name to this name over here, Asad dot Akhtar. Okay, so this is my directory that exists right now. This is what I want to change to, new name. Now, all I gotta do is put the mv command over here. So mv command says, hey Linux, I am moving this name into this name. You see that? Moving the name from Asad to Asad.Akhtar. It's going to keep the same contents of my directory. Whatever's in my directory is going to be there. If I have 1 trillion directories and files in my directory, this one directory over here, it's going to go over here. So you can, the syntax is over there. Now I go back over here and I did it right over here. I want every single one of you to change your directory name from your name to your first name dot last name, or whatever you want to name it. And let me see how many of you are able to do this. Oh, there you go. Oh, excellent. Beautiful. Some of you did it, some of you guys did not do it. Some of you did it, some of you did not do it. Okay? That's your move command, MV command. Now I'm going to teach you a command called the CP command. Am I going too fast, folks? Am I going too fast? Please talk to me. My turtle kids, my turtle kids. There you go. My turtle kids, where are you guys? There's always a turtle and a rabbit in my class. Rabbit and turtle. Where's my turtle kid? Yeah. Yeah. So the rabbits are always in rush. They will always jump the guns. Turtle ones take their time to understand things, but they're slow and steady. Who wins the race at the end? Who wins the race at the end? Turtle wins the race at the end. Believe me, I have seen it year over year. Year over year. And I have a beautiful story to share with you guys on the turtle and the rabbit. A real story that happened to me when I went for Hajj to Saudi Arabia. But I'm not going to share it with you guys because you guys don't like my stories anyways. So come back over here. Let's learn a new command. We are going to copy some files. We are going to copy a file. Let's say if I have a file over here under some directories, and I want to bring this file into my directory somewhere over here, how would I do this? How would I do this? So the command is very simple. The command name is cp, and then the file that you want to bring and where you want to bring this to. This is the file location where the file exists already. Yeah, you can do this with the absolute path, or you can do this with the absolute path is better, a relative path. So if I gave you guys, go into the directory that you created under the experts, go into every single directory that you created, go into that directory, and then type cp, and then type this path. I want you to bring this file, etc password, and then take it to the /temp/experts/ your username, your directory name, whatever you have now. For me, it's Asad.Akhtar. So copy this file, this one, which is under the XE, under root, and bring it all the way over here, right here. Oh, the security policy. Oh, okay. How about I give you guys a file? How about I give you guys a file over here?
Let's see, hostess is a fine Asad.
That's accessible?
Yes, that is. RHCE hostess that is all.
Hey, so let's do this, folks. Let's read the file etc hostess, cat etc hostess. You see this file? Cat etc hostess. Cat is another command that I gave you. In order to read the text file, you use the cat command. So you see how I said cat, and then I gave the whole path to the file? I can read this file. I want you guys to all read this file right now. Read the file right now. Read the file right now. And let's go ahead and copy this file into your directory. cp / etc hostess. This is the file that I want to copy, right? Where do I want to copy this to? Under /temp /experts / my directory Asad Akhtar. For you, you would replace your name over here if you have a directory under the experts. And I hit enter. And if I do not get the error message, then I'm good. Now I'm going to go to my directory, cd experts, and then I go into Asad Akhtar, and I do ls, and you can see the hostess file is over there. And now I can read the hostess file. Read the hostess file. Right? I want to stop over here for a few minutes and I want to take questions from you guys. All right, everybody. Let's do some hands-on work. And let's check what directory I am in right now. You guys are going to help me over here. Do not do this. You're going to help me over here. She's going to secure the second offer too. Okay, inshallah, definitely. pwd is my command to check where I am. I want to check how long my system has been up and running. Uptime. Oh, so the server has been only up and running for 3 hours and 15 minutes. You could tell the server went down because it was up for the same time the class was running. And I got 0 people logged in right now. And the load average is going up. Why? Strange. More people are joining now. Maybe that's what it is. Okay. So if I go to the pulse over here, I can see because the uptime will not show you your login because, you're logging in through different means. This will show me how many users are logged in right now. I got 19 users on the system and that's all they're using over here. Okay, so that's my thing over there. Very good. You're on the system. Great. Now, so I want to go to the etc file system. How would I go about that? etc file system. I want to go to the etc file system. This is the file system, and I am right now in /home/ my username. How would I go to this directory from this directory? What's the command? Well, somebody said that you could do cd/etc. By doing this, which path am I using? Am I using the absolute path or am I using the relative path? Everybody has to participate. This is absolute path because I am saying, hey, cd command, use the slash, and then go to the etc directory. Under root, there is an etc directory. Take me there. This is called the absolute path. The other path is this. I'm in pwd says I'm in /home /Asad. And now I want to go to right over here /etc. See, this is different. This is completely different. I'm over here. And I'm trying to go to over here. If you pay attention over here, first I have to go one step below this, get into this directory. Then I would go to this directory. This is called the relative path. So let's go one step above. One step above, meaning I am over here, ASADA, and I want to go from here, I want to go to this directory /home. And then I want to go to this directory. So in order for me to get out of here and go to this directory, I need to go one step back. How do I go one step back? I type cd. Cd command is used to change directory, and then space and dot dot. Dot dot means take me one step above. However you want to look at it, okay? Look at this, /home /Asad. I'm trying to get over here. Is this a one step above, one step below? I don't know what it is. So cd dot dot. Now I am in this directory over here. I want to go to this directory. Another cd dot dot. And I end up now in this directory, root directory. Okay. Now I want to go to under root. There is a etc directory. Now I want to go to the etc directory. So I would say cd etc. Okay. Real quick, your test over here. Those of you who are going to pass the test, you're going to get a special deal. I'm going to give you access to my live server for virtualization, provided that you're able to answer all my questions. You ready for this? This is like a rapid fire. This is rapid fire. And I am going to type a question over here, and you're going to type the answer or the command for me. Okay, somebody said wait 5 minutes. Okay, no problem, I can wait. I'm in bathroom. All right, no problem. Great job, bro. Great job. He said, wait 5 minutes, I'm in the bathroom. All right, I'm gonna wait 5 minutes for him to get done with the bathroom. Guys, what do you think about the class without a video? Isn't it more fun? I could be all by myself in my pajamas, having fun, you know, in my banyan, and I could be teaching the class. It's so goddamn feeling good. Wow. Okay. All right, the test starts now. Let's go. Jazeb is so filmy, wallahi. He every time he wants to express, he says, love ho gaya. And then he says, didar zaruri hai. No worries. More used to the camera. Okay, yeah. Camera, we're gonna get it back. Okay, no worries. Need to get a better camera. Yes, I want you guys to type over here. Okay. Now, here, 1, 2, 3. I want to check from the command line whether this IP address 192.168.1.111 is on the network. Talha, you got it wrong. Aruba, you get it wrong. Oh, if config guys are all wrong. IP is all wrong. NMCLI is all wrong. Ping is the right answer. Beautiful. Those of you who got the ping, you got the right. There you go. Now go ahead on your CLI, ladies and gentlemen. Run this command and show me that we were right. Ping 192.168.1.111. Is my machine pinging? Is my machine pinging? Yes. Ping for me dot 110. Is it pinging? Is the dot 10 pinging? The ones who are saying yes, they got wrong. They got wrong. Host, destination host, unreachable. Maybe I need to send you guys to the elementary school once again to get your English right, because unreachable means you cannot reach there. How's that? Huh? We need to send you guys to the elementary school? Okay, no worries, no worries. We'll do that. We'll do that. Okay. All right, this is the first day at work. Another question. Question number 2. First day at work, and manager puts me in front of the terminal. And he says, Asad, it's good to have you over here, but can you do me a quick favor over here? Tell me what kernel version this machine is using. Kernel version this machine is using. Name-r is wrong. Hostname CTL is right. Uname-r is beautiful. LSCPU is wrong. Free-m is wrong. Shame on you is wrong. Hostname CTL. All right. IP route is wrong. Absolutely wrong. All right, no problem. Let's see. Hostname CTL. Do I see my kernel version here? Do I see my kernel version here? Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Uname-A. Do I see my kernel version here? Yes, you do see. Okay. Back to my question. So far, how many of you got 2 questions right? I need you guys to count. Be honest with me, because I'm going to give you access to the live VMware environment that nobody else will have. I don't know if you can get that, but we'll see. All right. Now, my manager says, welcome to the new job. You got an $84 an hour rate, Asad. And, I love to have you on my team. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to log into one server and quickly check what is the distribution this server is using. Check the distribution version. What flavor, what type of Linux is this server using? NMCLI is wrong. Ifconfig is wrong. Echo shell is wrong. LSCPU is wrong. Uptime is wrong. Hostname CTL is right. Absolutely. I love these kids, but there are not that many kids that I love because, all right, Cat OS release. There's a guy who's using Google like religiously. John is using Google. Maybe he knows the command already, but I like to roast him anyways. Hostname CTL will tell you that this is a Linux kernel, and this is the kernel. This is the Linux. Okay. Right here, Linux Server 9.7. All right. Now, I got another question for you. 3 on 3. How many of you got 3 on 3? 3 on 3 so far. So far, 3 on 3, folks. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Next one. Now, the next one. The manager walks into my room while I am working, and he said, Asad, it's been 1 week you're working over here. You're doing great job. You got 3 on 3. I got a little problem. One of the server that I'm using, whenever I have more than 1,000 people, when they log in, they complain the server is slow. They complain the server is slow, Asad. What are 2, 3 things you would check on the server, whether the server can handle the load? All right. All right. My engineers. All right. Talk to me. Asad, you guys are going to keep me at the job. Otherwise, my manager is going to kill me. What are 2, 3 things you would want to check the resources, first of all? What is the most important thing that does the processing in the server? I'm asking you for the server components, folks. Come on. There you go. Somebody understand my question. CPU and RAM. CPU and RAM. And then maybe we will check the network as well. But let's see. I told him his name is Mike, my boss, Mike Baker. I love him. Well, he raised me like I was a little baby. He raised me. Was most humble person, Mike Baker. You know, he yelled at me a few times, but you know, he gave me a wake-up call, by the way. One time I wrote an email, you know, for these big guys that was going up the chain. And he looked at my email and he walked into my office and said, Asad, let me ask you a question. I'm 22 years old at that time. He said, have you been to school? I said, yeah. You know, I almost have my associate. He's like, your writing skills are horrible. You don't know how to write emails? So, well, you know, I can get by. But he's like, no, you got to go back and you got to finish your bachelor's degree. I need you to improve your writing skills. That matters a lot in business. So writing skills matter a lot in business. I went back to my school. I got my bachelor's. The haters that hate my stories, I'm going to roast you guys. All right, let's continue. CPU and RAM. So I told him, Mike, I would look into the number of CPUs and the RAM, and then I will see what is my load average on the server. Mike go back and he tries these commands. Now he came back again. He said, how would I check the number of CPUs? How would I check the RAM on my server? Come on, folks. Number of CPUs. Number of CPUs. LS CPU. Every single kid in my class knows this. But there's one kid that keeps giving me wrong answers. Okay. I said, Mike, you would use the LS CPU. It will show you how many sockets you have. How many sockets you have. And then Mike goes, what is a socket, Asad? Can you explain me? What is a socket? Ladies and gentlemen, what is a socket? Core is wrong. Physical CPUs in my server. Physical CPUs in my server. Excellent. I said, Mike, those are the actual physical CPUs that are installed in your physical server. Mike goes back and he looks at the LS CPU. He sees the something core. He comes back to me and says, Asad, it is saying physical CPU, there are 4 sockets. Then it is saying there are number of cores. What is a core, Asad? Well, that's also a physical phenomena, Mike. That they squeeze the small CPUs into a big socket. So those are small CPUs into a socket, So these are like physical cores. These are like different, like processors, like physical processors. He goes, okay, perfectly fine. Then he comes back to me and he says, what is hyperthreading, Asad? And what is my answer to the hyperthreading? These are virtual cores. These are logical processors. Okay, beautiful. So far, you guys are doing good. And then he says, Asad, what was that command to check the RAM? How much RAM I have in my server? How much is being used? And how much it is free? Free -H. I have to yet find a single person who doesn't know this command. Free -H. So everybody gets a point on this one. Free -H. Okay, that's beautiful. And then Mike says that I am going to see my boss, and my boss is thinking about transitioning to Windows OS on the server side. He wants to completely transition to the Windows servers. He wants to get rid of all the Linux servers. And he says, Asad, give me some good points that I can convince him we need Linux in our data center. We don't want Windows. What are some of the reasons that I can convince him? Number one, the most important one. Let me tell you one thing: the budget doesn't matter to the companies. It is open source. That's it. Case closed, Mike. Just go tell your boss we are using open source software. We are not depending on any vendor. So, number one. Number two, tell your boss Linux is the most reliable operating system and most secure. And hold on a second. Why these people are saying we cannot hear you? I'm like yelling over here. Why? Oh, I see, because I don't have my DJI mic. I'm not being too fancy tonight, and you guys don't like that. I see that. Okay. Well, I say, Mike. Yeah. I said, Mike, it's reliable, it's secure. The memory and the CPU management is excellent. Memory and the CPU management is excellent. Therefore, I would not move to the Windows on a server side. I would stay on the Linux side. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, at some point, my boss, he was the big boss, CTO. His name is Hossein. You guys can Google him. He's a big guy. Hossein Aslam Bolchi. At one time, he accidentally made the announcement that AT&T is looking to transition from Windows to Linux as a desktop operating system. At that time, I'm talking about early 2000. And you know what? It almost cost him his job, because Microsoft was the bully on the block. It did not like that idea. So he had to go back and apologize and take his announcement back. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our topic today is virtualization. You guys are good so far? Okay, very good. A little bit of a review. I am going to be reviewing in this style in our paid classes, which starts June 6th. I'm going to give you the actual questions that the interviewer will ask you. So at the end of the day, you're all prepared. There are no surprises for you on the interview. You will be getting all the commands. You will be getting evaluation sheets, and every yeah. So every once in a month you will go through the evaluation. Okay. Adnan, you have your hand up. Let me ask you. Let's see if you have a question. Go ahead. Adnan, I gave you the microphone. Okay, Adnan doesn't want us. Okay, no problem. All right, folks. Okay, no worries. All right, so our topic today is virtualization. I want to explain you what virtualization is, and I want to show you how beautiful virtualization is. Is everybody good to start? Are you all comfortable and ready to learn the new topic? And I promise you, this is going to be the most easiest thing you have ever learned in your life. In this course, not everything is going to be very challenging. There's going to be some fun things. In my opinion, virtualization is the absolute fun. In my opinion, cloud is the absolute fun. And the Linux is the most challenging thing that you're going to learn. And out of Linux, the navigation is the most challenging thing that you're going to learn. Navigating, going one directory to another directory, creating directory, files, changing permissions. The fundamentals in Linux are very challenging. And then after that, once you have that structure in your brain, you're going to be fine. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, virtualization is basically the technology that allows one physical server to run multiple machines, multiple virtual machines. So because I'm a story guy, I'm going to take you guys back to the storyline. Back in time when I was young and handsome, late 90s, early 2000s, everything was a bare metal server, the ones that I show you. And whenever we had to bring a new bare metal server into our company, we had to go through different processes. My boss, first of all, the sysadmin would raise the request to the boss saying, hey, I need to get a new server. I need to get a new server. And then these requests would go to the boss. Boss, which is your immediate manager, would look at your request and then it would approve it. Then it would go to the director. Director would look at this and would ask this question, why you need this? Because the server cost could be anywhere from 20 to 100K. And I'm not exaggerating. And some of the servers that we had were 300K servers in the organization. That's why companies are, they want to vet you really good. They want to see that you really can work on these servers because you can destroy them. Not sure if you guys heard that story that there was one kid who walked into Bank of America data center with the soda can in his hand, and he spilled the soda on one of the server. Okay. And one of the server, and that was a real-time trading server, and that caused outages on the Wall Street for a long time. Things were down. Okay. Are you talking about the whole rack or just one is on? I'm talking about one server. Yeah. Yeah, there's no. Thank you. Give me a second over here. Appreciate that. Let me take a sip of water. So, it goes through the chain of approvals. And then finally, after 7 days, the server request is approved. And once the server request is approved, then, me or, the other sysadmin would call the vendor. Vendor could be HP or Dell. These are the companies that make servers. They are very famous for these, right? And then HP and Dell would take literally 14 days to ship us our server. Now, finally, the server arrives in our mailing room, in our mail room. And then one of us would go to pick up that server and bring that server into the data center. And now the server comes into the data center. Now, the next thing you need to do is you need to take that server and you need to put it into the rack. This is called racking and stacking. You rack the server, you take all the cables and plug them into the switch. And of course, the switch goes to the router. So this whole process could cost you a lot of money and a lot of time delays. So companies were looking for some solution to this scenario. And what is the scenario? The scenario is there is a lot of money that we are spending and a lot of time we're spending to get a new server. And as you see, the data centers get bigger and bigger. And in order for you to host a lot of these servers, you need racks. Racks require physical real estate. And also, in order for these servers to stay cool and calm, in order for these servers to stay cool and calm, you need AC and you need a lot of power. Data centers are always run by AC, power, UPS, uninterrupted power supply. By the way, I'm not sure if you guys are following. There are a lot of protests going on right now in United States. People are protesting against data centers. How many of you are following this news? Wherever they're opening a new data center, there are people showing up and protesting that they do not want these data centers. You know why are they protesting? Because it's not good for the environment. It's going to take up a lot of power, and your electricity bill will also go high. And it is also taking up a lot of real estate. So by the way, if you happen to be close to these data centers, and you know they're opening up a new data center in your area, buy any goddamn old property over there and you will make crazy money. I promise you this. Because wherever you have data centers, people need to live close by because they're going to be working over there in thousands. And therefore, you will make good money if you have a piece of real estate close to the data center. Okay. So the fact that we have so many protests going on, it shows you how many data centers are going to be born in near future. And it's $1 trillion being spent into this industry. And once again, what these data centers run, what is the backbone of the data center? Linux. And that's what you guys are learning. Linux plus networking plus applications, everything as a one package. You become an engineer and you are capable of working in the data center. Okay, so real estate is not cheap. Power is not cheap. And the more, and also remember, one physical server, back in days, one physical server, when I was young and handsome, it would run only one operating system at a time. You could only install one operating system on a bare metal server. And then you can run maybe one or two applications. Now, this model is very costly. And there are a lot of time delays. So this is the problem at hand back in year 1999, back in year 2000, back in year 2003. So how do you solve this problem? Everybody understand the problem? Imagine you are back in 2000 when I'm young and handsome, and this is the problem I'm having. So for every time you need to run a new operating system, you need to buy a new server. Every time you want to run an application, you need to buy a new server. So also when you're buying new servers, you're running out of a space because the data center can only fill so many number of servers. Yeah. So what are you going to do in this case? You need a solution. The solution is, somehow utilize the single server, and try to squeeze more operating systems that can run more applications all simultaneously. Guys, do you understand the problem? If you understand the problem, then you can understand the solution. If you don't understand the problem, you cannot understand the solution. Anybody in here that do not understand the problem right now, I mean back in those days, whatever I described right now. Okay. There are some shy kids, nobody's saying, no, I don't understand. Once again, back in days, year 2000, for anything, back in days, exactly. Back in days, understand one thing. What do servers do if for any organization? Let's start from here. This is my server. What is this server going to do for me, for my organization? What does it do for me? It will run my website. It can run my applications. Okay. All right. Now, let me explain you. Let me give you example for both. I'm going to give you example of BOA. I am Bank of America. Understand that, okay? I'm Bank of America. And now I need my main website, bankofamerica.com. Okay? Bankofamerica.com. Where is this website being hosted? Where is this website getting hosted, ladies and gentlemen? It is getting hosted on your server. So you have a server over here. That server runs Linux. Linux has some application installed called Apache. And this Apache is basically running this website. Okay? So far, so good. That's one problem I solved for Bank of America. For Bank of America, the website that you're using is being run on this server. Now, come over here. Bank of America has a lot of locations in the United States, banking location. You go to the teller every day and you deposit the check or you withdraw your money, right? When the teller is talking to you, right? She's punching in some numbers into her computer screen. Ladies and gentlemen, she is using some application, some program, just like you're using Zoom. That program is, where is that program running? That program is running on the server. So, ladies and gentlemen, program servers, number one, run operating system. That's very, very important. Operating system, ladies and gentlemen, run applications. Applications. So what I'm telling you, back in days, for every application and for any organization, for any company that's doing a business, they run a lot of applications. A lot of applications. So back in days, one physical server, no matter how powerful that was, it used to run one operating system, and that operating system could run one or two applications at the same time. Okay? So let's just say over here, let's come back over here, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with me. If you don't understand what I'm saying over here, make some noise. So let's take a look at this server that we have today. How many cores we have in our server? Why couldn't they run more? Okay, let's start with this one. operating system, even as of today, you cannot run two operating systems on a physical server in parallel without a third-party solution. Okay? By default, I cannot have Windows and I cannot have Linux running on a one physical server by the design of the server. I need to have some third-party software in order to do this. It is possible, but I needed some third-party software, and that's what we are talking about today. Why couldn't they do it? Because this is how the servers were designed. Physical servers are supposed to run. Exactly. Okay? So now, so you can only run one operating system on a physical server. And then one operating system, yes, in theory, one operating system can run many applications in theory. In theory, it can run many applications, but in reality, it usually runs one or two applications at the most. Why? Because software conflict. Software conflict. Okay, what is a software conflict, ladies and gentlemen? Imagine I am running this application. This application is called Mango. And this application is Orange. Okay? This Mango application and this Orange application, ladies and gentlemen, they require from the operating system, they both use Python, some software. And they both might use Java. Mango says, I need Java version 1. And Orange says, I need Java version 2. Software conflicts. Software conflicts. In theory, you can run applications, multiple applications, but in reality, you might run into some conflicts. Does that make sense to you guys? Does that make sense to you guys? Am I making sense to you guys over here? Well, somebody said, no, it doesn't make sense. Well, let me just repeat that once again, what I said over here. I said that back in days, servers could run one operating system at a time. And the operating system could run one or two applications at a time. Why? Because of dependencies, because of server software. If this application requires a Java version 1, this application might require Java version 2. This application might require Java version 3. So which one you're going to install on this operating system? Java 1, 2, 3? You see? That's the problem. Okay? That's why. Now, come back to this issue over here. I got myself a new server over here. All right, guys, you guys tell me. The servers that we have, which server is this? Which server is this? Can you guys quickly tell me? What's the make and model of this server? Nah, you guys are all BSers. No, you guys are all giving me wrong information. Where would you find this information? What type of server it is? Give me one command. No, NMCLI. Mohsen, you so hooked up to NMCLI, bro. What the hell is wrong with you? NMCLI. NMCLI is just the networking stuff. And Zara is obsessed with if config. Whatever I say, she gives if config, if config, if config. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? She's obsessed with the if config. Okay. So host name CL, it tell you that this is HP Which one is this? HPDL 580? Hostname CTL? Come on, folks. Hey, come on. Yeah, DL 580. Okay, beautiful. So host name, Gen 9. Now, guys, tell me how many CPUs this guy has. Number of CPUs. Number of CPUs. LS CPU, 144. How much is the RAM we have in this server? RAM. RAM, 755 gigabyte. How much is the disk space over here? LSBLK, disk. LSBLK disk space, how much? 3.3 terabyte. Beautiful. Somebody's paying attention in my class. Okay. And this is it. These are my resources. These are my resources. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have 144 CPUs. If I were to run a single operating system on this, which is Linux, which, by the way, I am using single CPU, right? Single OS on this one, and it is Linux. And on top of this, you know what I'm using for you guys? I'm using the Pulse application for you to log in, and for you to see this beautiful environment over here. This beautiful environment. I'm using a Pulse and some other web server over here. Okay. I'm using just 2 applications on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm using 2 applications. One is this and the other one is Apache. The rest of the server is not being used. Not at all. So 144 CPUs. Out of 144 CPUs, all of you guys that are logged in over here, let's check how many CPUs are being used right now. Only 1 CPU is being used over here. Only 1 CPU, or 1.2 you can say. Let's just say 2 CPUs. Now, second thing is, ladies and gentlemen, how much RAM am I using over here? Let's see over here. How much RAM am I using? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm only using 9.5 gigabyte RAM. I have 723 gigabyte. I'm using only 9.5 gig, not even 10 gig. Not even that, actually. I'm using 2%. I'm using 2%. Yeah. I'm using 2% of my disk space, ladies and gentlemen. So what does that tell you? I am wasting resources. I am wasting resources on my server. And nighttime, you guys are all sleeping. What is my server doing nighttime? Doesn't do anything. So my server is overutilized or underutilized. What is this? Underutilized. My server is very underutilized. Okay? The resources are being wasted. At the same time, what am I using? Is my server continuously using power? Tell me. Yeah. Is my server continuously needing the AC? And I'm paying the bill for the AC? Yes. Is my server taking a space somewhere in the rack? That's real estate. Okay. And what about the people that are managing this server? You need more people. So what am I doing over here? I am losing money as a corporation. I'm using money as a corporation. Does everybody now understand? Does everybody now understand what the problem this industry was facing? Everybody understand? Let's come to the solution. Rabia has a question. Rabia, I'm going to give you the microphone. Give me a second. Go ahead, Rabia. Let's come to the solution while Rabia speaks. Rabia, your question, or you go ahead? We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. You have to choose the right microphone. I'm going to keep the microphone open. And when you were able to speak, I will answer your question. The solution. We're going to take the same physical server that you have, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? HP DL 580. How many CPUs? 144. It has 744 RAM. And it has the hard disk or the storage, 3 terabyte. Now, back in days, we did not have the option. We would directly install the OS on top of this. And that, OS could be anything, Linux or Windows or Unix. And that's what created a problem. Okay. And then these OS would install 1 or 2 applications. And that's where we were stuck. We could not run different operating systems at the same time. You could only do Linux, Windows, or Unix. And then each would run 1 application at a time. That was the problem. So we came to the solution. There's a company, ladies and gentlemen, called VMware. VMware came up with this idea right over here, which is now owned by Broadcom, that you can take the same physical server and you can divide their resources and you can virtualize it. And let me come back over here. You can take the same physical server and instead of installing the operating system on top of it, you would install their software, which is called VMware Hypervisor. Hypervisor. What the hypervisor does, ladies and gentlemen, now the hypervisor, on top of this, you create multiple virtual machines. Yeah. You create multiple virtual machines, and now these machines actually act like a one physical server. Okay? And now you can run any operating system you want to run on top of them. And so this will give you the ability to run different operating systems on the same server, but now we're using the VMware product, hypervisor, software, and through this software, we can now have different machines, 1, 2, 3. And now these 3 machines can actually allows you to run different applications. Okay? Some of you got it, some of you did not get it. Let me start once again. You remember? Yeah, I'm coming back. You remember we had a physical server? You remember we were installing OS on top of this, like Linux? And that's where the problem was? Well, VMware said, do not install Linux on this. VMware said that you have a physical server. I am going to give you my software, a company, technology company, said, you are going to install my software. The software is called ESXi. And this software, what it allows you to do, ladies and gentlemen, because you have over here CPU, because you have RAM over here, you have your hard drive, it will basically divide all of these resources and it will allow the physical server to break down into virtual machines. It will allow you to create virtual machines, and these machines act as a physical servers. You can never find out whether you are working on a physical server or you're working on a bare metal server. So what it does is basically, this is what it does. You have a physical server and you have 144 CPUs and you have 755 RAM and you have 3.3 terabytes hard drive. What the software allows you to do, the VMware software, let's call it VMware right here, VMware software, you install the VMware software on this physical machine through the USB. And this VMware software divide the resources. For example, 144. It will allow you to create something called a virtual machine. And then you can decide how many CPUs you want to give to this machine. For example, I want to give it 2 CPUs. And so 2 CPUs from this 144 are gone to this machine. I am going to take a little bit of RAM from here. I'm going to give it 20 GB RAM. I'm going to take a little bit of hard drive from here, and I'm going to give it literally 50 gigabyte hard drive. This becomes one of my virtual machine. Virtual machine is basically like a true representation of the physical machine. Let me show you in pictures. If I can show you over here. Let's take a look at this over here. Take a look at this over here. Pay attention. I have the bare metal server, the Dell server, our physical server, right? On top of this bare metal server, I am going to install this VMware software called ESXi. And then from this ESXi, ladies and gentlemen, I can create that would look like a physical machine. I can create different virtual machines, and I can run any operating system on top of this virtual machine because now it is a different entity. It will act like a physical server, but it's a virtual machine you could never find out. And that's the magic the VMware gave us. That's the magic VMware gave us. Now, I'm going to explain you in a different terminology. Here, come back over here. I know some of you guys are confused and you're banging your head against the wall and you're like, oh my God, I knew this is tough for me. There's no way I could do this. Oh my God, he made it so easy. Now he's making it difficult. Here, come back over here. You losers, come back and talk to me. I'm going to explain you, okay? Please don't take my words seriously, okay? Take it easy. I'm going to explain you. Pay attention. You know how we have houses? Right here. I said, this is a house over here. Yeah. Let's say this is a house over here, and this is, the entrance to the house. And this house has, this house has electric. This house has water. This house has, what else? It goes in the house? Gas. And you have different rooms and you have different people living over here. But the house is on point, one acre. If you live in Jersey, you know what I mean. Okay? The house is on 1 acre. And there are maybe, 5 or 6 or 3 people living over there. These are rich guys. And they're having fun. Yeah? So if you look at it, the electricity is there, the water is there, the gas is there, the land is 1 acre, and there's only 5 or 4 people living over there. How about if we demolish this house and we build an apartment building right over here? And in this apartment building, we're going to divide this into different apartments. Okay? How many apartments we get out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 apartments. The same acreage, 1 acre, and there is electricity. Everybody's going to use that electricity. Gas, everybody's going to use that. Water, everybody's going to use that. Now, Wi-Fi, you guys get your own Wi-Fi. Gas, water, solar, maybe. So guess what? Now, this 1 acre place is best utilized. We got more people benefiting from this land than in the house. So think of a physical server, a private house where only 1 or 2 people are living, and they are wasting resources. And think of apartment building as a virtualized environment where you have people that are living the same, same area, but more utilization. Does this help you guys? So if we come back to our slides and we start paying attention to what is virtualization, now we start to understand virtualization a little better. What is virtualization? To virtualize something. Do you guys understand the meaning virtualization? It's like a true representation of the physical thing, but it's not a physical thing. For example, you guys have your virtual life on Instagram. There is physically you sitting in your home, and then there is a beautiful fake version of you, which looks so rich, so gloomy, and God knows, this is you, the crooked you, and this is you with the filters, and you're carrying the Louis Vuitton bag, and you're sitting on a lavish, AI yard, whatever the hell you do, okay? From actual you to the virtual you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I gave you multiple here, by the way. That's virtualization, And so come back to the slide over here. Virtualization is the technology that allows one physical server to run multiple virtual machines. Any doubts about this? Any questions over here? Anything that bothers you over here so far? Anything that bothers you over here? So let's take a look at this. Before virtualization, what did we have? Before virtualization, ladies and gentlemen, one physical server, one operating system. We had a one physical server. We could only run one operating system. Okay. And the hardware was underutilized, costly, and hard to scale. And after virtualization, ladies and gentlemen, I know some of you guys are not paying attention to me. And then you're going to say, oh my God, he doesn't make sense. Oh my God, this stuff is so crazy. what the hell I got myself into? Come on, folks. Pay attention. If you're paying attention over here, say something. A beauty fly, ugly fly, say something. All right, what is this genius guy saying over here? Versus by back in days, you teach us that bare metal servers run Linux 70%. And now while studying virtualization, we are saying there is no OS on the bare metal. Therefore, VMware solution is not contradictory. What the hell? Okay. I don't know what you just said, okay? But you said something intelligent over here. Let me see. There's so many messages coming through over here. It is saying, Asad Bhai, back in days, you teach us that on bare metal servers, Red Hat Enterprise Linux install 70%. And now, while studying virtualization, we are saying there is no OS on the bare metal. There is VMware software. So isn't that contradictory? Okay, I understand your question. Beautiful question. Are you okay? Somebody actually thinks that I am under the influence right now. How many of you guys think I'm under the influence right now? You know, the only influence I have is, ladies and gentlemen, God damn, I was working till 4 o'clock this morning from literally 8 p.m. to 4 o'clock. That's the influence that I have right now. Okay. And yeah, something like that. And then I woke up literally 12 o'clock and then I started working. Anyway, come back to this thing. After virtualization, and by the way, when you guys will be applying for jobs on the market, you're going to see some onshore recruiters and some offshore recruiters. And the one thing they're going to separate the onshore recruiter with the offshore recruiter is the onshore recruiter would say, well, I'm looking for a Linux guy. And the offshore recruiter would say, I have a position and I am looking for a Linux administrator. And so Linux versus Linux will tell you which one is more credible. Okay. So after virtualization, ladies and gentlemen, the same one physical server is now broken down into virtual machines. One virtual machine, 2, 3, 4, depending on the resources. So it's better resource utilization. It is scalable, flexible, and cost effective. All right. Let's move forward. What are the advantages of virtualization? Everybody understand virtualization? Wait till I show you guys. Wait till I show you guys, okay? It's not going to make sense. What are the top virtualization platforms? Of course, VMware is the front runner. Microsoft they have their own Hyper-V virtualization. Nutanix is also another virtualization platform. Citrix has their own virtualization. Red Hat has their own virtualization. So these companies are doing virtualization. There are more companies that are doing virtualization. We will look at them later on. So the key word over here, ladies and gentlemen, the key takeaway from this is virtualization allows you to do more with less. One server, many possibilities. Okay. If you guys like my slides, please give me a shout out. Let me know. I spend a lot of time on this, the color scheme, keeping it simple, keeping it beautiful. So it takes a lot of time. So imagine you have a big toy. So what is saying over here? You big box, physical. Normally you could play only one game with that toy box at a time. VMware Virtualization is like beautiful understanding. Excellent. Yeah. So let's move forward over here. Types of virtualization, ladies and gentlemen. There are mainly two types of virtualization. One is the hosted virtualization, runs virtual machines on top of an existing operating system. Let me break down the type 1 and type 2. Oh, that girl looks so scary after getting virtualized. So scary. Oh my God. All right. Sabah, you need to mute yourself. We can hear you laugh all the way here. Before you say something really crazy about me, so keep yourself on mute. I have heard way too many things when people do not mute and they say, oh my God, this guy's crazy. Wallah, he thinks he's some comedian or something, but nah, he ain't got it. Hell no. Anyway, guys, let's move forward and understand the type 1 virtualization. Type 1. Type 1 virtualization is basically, it's called hosted virtualization. Hosted virtualization is this. You have a, server, and on the server, you install your operating system. And then on that operating system, you install the virtual platform as an application. Virtual platform. And this virtual platform, ladies and gentlemen, allows you to create VMs. Okay, so in this one, you have your PC, you have your laptop, you have your server. And the first thing you do is you install operating system. Could be anything, could be Linux, could be Windows. And then on top of this operating system, you do install the virtual platform. For example, ladies and gentlemen, I have a VMware workstation over here. I want to show you guys. I have VMware Workstation Pro over here. This is a virtualization platform. And if you see over here, it is saying, what do you want to do? You want to create a new virtual machine? And I click on this, and I can create a new virtual machine within 5 seconds. Okay, I'm not going to go through the virtualization over here, but if you guys want to play around with the virtualization, VMware Workstation is a beautiful software to play around. Another software that you can work with is called Oracle Virtual Box. Oracle Virtual Box, ladies and gentlemen, download this, install this, play around with this. It's the powerful open source virtualization. Okay, this is type 1 virtualization. Type 1 virtualization is basically, I have my Windows installed right here. You can see I have my operating system running. And now I install Oracle VirtualBox, or I install VMware, and now I can create virtual machines on top of this. This application allows me to create virtual machine. Okay, so this is type 1 virtualization. The type 2 virtualization is right over here. It's the bare metal virtualization. And this, ladies and gentlemen, you have your physical server and you install the virtualization software on the physical server or a laptop or a desktop, wherever you want to install. And then, you install the virtualization software platform right over here. If you're doing VMware, then it would be ESXi hypervisor. And then you can create virtual machines by using this VMware software on a bare metal machine. And you can create multiple virtual machines. That's type 2. It's called bare metal virtualization. It is called hypervisor. The software that goes on top of your server is called hypervisor, and it is called ESXi. So VMware's hypervisor is called ESXi. So understand the term hypervisor. Understand that VMware called their hypervisor ESXi. Right now, as of 2 years ago, VMware was the leading guy in the virtualization. Is the leading guy in the virtualization. Can somebody explain what is a virtual machine to somebody who's asking a question over here? A virtual machine basically is like a real machine, but it's made out of a software. It's used and it's created by a software. It is not a physical machine. It exists because the software made it for us. It is like a fake real machine. It's like a fake server. You can create it and you can delete it in matter of seconds or minutes. Can you do bare metal virtualization on a personal PC? Yes, you can do that. So a virtual machine is a fake server, fake physical server, or a software-based machine. Software-based machine. Isn't type 1? Oh, I may have. Did I get these two? Did I switch both of them? Type 1 or type 2? Could be. Could be. Sometimes AI makes stupid mistakes. My apologies. Sometimes AI makes stupid mistakes. Yeah, exactly. So sorry, I gotta change this one. So this one is type 2. This is type 1. You see, this is what happens when I don't pay attention and I'm doing my slides at the very, very last minute. So I gotta change this one. This is type 1 and this is type 2. Okay, thank you, Suleiman. That was a good catch. And Alina, good catch. Beautiful. Thank you for correcting me. Now, types of hypervisors. Hypervisors are the foundation of virtualization, enabling multiple virtual machines to run on a single server. I think in this slide, it was just talking about different types, type 1 and type 2. But in reality, there are types, type 2 and type 1. Okay. So anyway, we're looking at the different types of hypervisor different companies make. Hypervisor is basically the software that turns your machine into a virtual machine, your physical machine into a virtual machine. And you install that on a bare metal machine. VMware has their hypervisor. Microsoft has their hypervisor. Citrix has their hypervisor. Proxmox has their hypervisor. This one is getting more popular now. VMware was the leading guys in virtualization. Zen has their, KVM has their own hypervisor. So, which hypervisor you're going to choose? Well, it depends how much money you got in your pocket, and which one you feel comfortable with. This was the industry leader till now because they were the first one to come up with this technology. And they banked a lot of money, these guys. They make a lot of money. And now they made their software so expensive, nobody wants to buy it. Nobody wants to buy it. I think VMware Workstation is free. Don't quote me on that. At least I got that for free. So VMware is getting so expensive now. Everybody is moving to Proxmox, which is open source. But we are going to learn VMware because it's very easy to use. All of them are very, very easy to use. And then we will see how easy it is to create a virtual machine in blink of an eye. Okay? Everybody with me so far? Let's go to this one. So what is a VM? Again, the question that was asked by a gentleman. Virtual machine is a software-based computer that runs on an operating system and applications just like physical computer. So virtual computer, virtual machine is made by a software. It exists because of the software. In this case, the software name is ESXi. And you install the software on the server, and then you create a machine from the software, and then the machine allows you to run any operating system and you can run your applications. So over here, he has it right over here, type 1. I think he was just talking about different types, not necessarily it's specifically type 2 or type 1. So VMware ESXi is the name of the software that takes your bare metal and allows you to create virtual machines. Okay. So this is what I did for you guys. I have a server. The server has 122, no, 122, maybe 100, I think 122 CPUs. And it has about some RAM and some disk. No, this is a different server. I installed ESXi software on top of this server. Very easy to install. Every single one of you can do this, and you should do this. And now I'm at this stage over here. I will show you how to connect to this ESXi. Then I'm going to show you how to create multiple machines that will use these resources. Are you guys looking forward to this? Are you ready? Actually, I was preparing to give you guys access to this live ESXi server. And I wanted you guys to create the virtual machines by yourself. So two things happen in overnight. One, I had to build from scratch the ESXi. This takes a long time, which I got it up and running at 4 a.m. Second thing is, I had to move these about 7 or 8 servers, physical servers, into my new data center because there's a construction going on over here, data center. And so this took literally 2 guys with me, muscle guys, and about 4 hours to move these 8 servers into new data center. Now these servers are up and running and they are online, but I have to make some configuration changes on the router and the firewall to open up the ports. And I literally was 15 minutes away from doing this, and then the class time showed up. And that's why I did not have time to get myself prepared for the camera. And plus I had to be on this network. So, but I got that ready for you guys. So the way it works is this. So let's take a look at this. I have this same server over here. And then I did the ESXi install. And by the way, I'm going to teach you guys how to do the installation, because on your interview, if you say you have installed the ESXi and you have managed it, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. So you're going to learn how to do that. I'm going to teach you everything that is going to be on your resume. Every single bullet that you put on your resume, you need to know that, because that's what they will be asking you questions from day one. Okay? So I installed ESXi on top of this bare metal server. ESXi, when I installed it, only it gave me an IP address. And it says, this is my IP address. You can go ahead and visit my website using this IP address. All the operations on the ESXi, on the virtualization platform, they are done through the website. So let's take this website IP address and plug it into my browser, which is 192.168.1.11. And I hit enter. And ladies and gentlemen, what you see over here is you are seeing VMware, the company, and then it says that you are logging into the ESXi. So what is ESXi if I ask you right now? What is the terminology? What's the technology that ESXi uses? Say it whatever is on your mind. Well, the VMware is the name of the company. VMware is the name of the company. Oh, snipping tool. Let me break it down for you guys. This is very, very important. So far, none of you got it right. There's only one person that got it right because she did a quick Google. He did a quick Google and he found the answer. Well, VMware is the name of the company. This is called credentials, username and password. And this is again the name of the company. This is the name of the software. But the technology, so VMware has their software. Microsoft has their software. But how do we refer to this software? What's the technology? For example, we say OS. Well, there is a Linux OS, there's a Windows OS. So what is the technology for the virtualization platform? It is called hypervisor. Hypervisor, HYPERVISOR. We are using hypervisor right now. We're using hypervisor. And hypervisor, Microsoft has their own hypervisor. They call it Hyper-V. And then there is a KVM hypervisor, which is by the Red Hat. So every company named their own hypervisor. Every company has their own operating system and they have different names. Microsoft has Windows, Apple has Mac, Linux has different ones, Red Hat, Ubuntu, right? So every company has their own hypervisor and they use their own names. Are we good so far? Anybody has a problem with this? Now I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to log into this page. Root. And I really wanted to give you guys access. See, hypervisor is the name of the technology. Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at this and understand what we are seeing over here, how beautiful this environment is. Oh, my laptop is running out of the battery. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you so much. Here. Can you share the link? This is what I was trying to tell you. I can share the link with you guys, but this is in my private network. It is very, very difficult. Is IBM also hypervisor? No, IBM is the name of the company. And Red Hat is also part of IBM. IBM is the big company, okay? Billion-dollar company. VMware is the name of the company. Do IBM make hypervisors? I doubt it. I don't know about that. So, ladies and gentlemen over here, what is the name of my server over here? Make and model. My server has is P570F. It has 112 CPUs and it has 671 gigabyte RAM. Okay. And let's take a look at this over here. And you can see the resource utilization over here, how much I'm using the resources. Okay. And let me see over here. It talks about the networking. It talks about the IP address of this server over here. The IP address is this over here. So you see how everything has an IP address? Remember that? Everything has an IP address. Everything has a DNS and default gateway. And so, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at this, I'm using the ESXi 7 version. I'm using the ESXi 7 version. Okay. Now, if I come over here in the virtual machines, and I can go ahead and I can create a new virtual machine, ladies and gentlemen. And this new menu pops up over here. So remember what's the picture as of now. The picture is this. We have a Dell server. The Dell server has 122 CPUs. It has 670 gigabyte of RAM and some storage. And on top of this, what did we install? What did we install on top of this? We install ESXi. And what is this ESXi technology-wise? Hypervisor. Beautiful. So this hypervisor, we logged into this hypervisor. We are working on this right now. By working on this hypervisor, what are we going to create over here, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to create virtual machines. How many virtual machines we can create? If one virtual machine requires a 1 CPU and at least 1 gigabyte of RAM, then how many virtual machines I can technically create? I can create over 100 machines. Over 100 machines. I can create 122 machines maybe. Okay. So number of virtual machines that I can create depends on this, my resources. If I had only 4 CPUs over here, can I create 10 machines? No, I cannot create 10 machines. Because my CPUs would run out. Every machine needs at least 1 CPU. Right? So now we are at this level. We are connected to ESXi through a website, through web server. And now our next goal is to create virtual machines. And these machines, ladies and gentlemen, can run different operating systems. This one can run Linux, this one can run Windows, this one can run Unix, this one can run Mac. Okay? You guys understand that? Are you with me so far? So let's go ahead and create a virtual machine. Cancel out of this. See how beautiful this is. See how easy this is. Even if you did not know anything, you go to virtual machines and what do you hit over there? Tell me what you hit over there. You want to create a virtual machine. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. What do you see over here? Create a virtual machine. And this menu pops up. It says new virtual machine. It says select creation type. What are you trying to do over here? How would you like to create a virtual machine? I want to create a new virtual machine. I go next. It says, give me the name of the machine that you want to create. How about I'm going to create, give me the machine name. Give me the machine name. We're going to say class 2026. Beautiful. It says compatibility. Are you okay if we use the compatibility for the ESXi 7 version? Are you guys okay with that? Yeah, that's what we are using. It is saying guest OS. Hold on, let me take a snipping tool over here because some of my kids are very slow and they don't like it if I go a little faster. They get sad and they get mad. The name, anything you want. Server is the host, correct. Guest is the VM. So we are creating a guest over here. We are creating a guest VM. Compatibility, ESXi 7, that's perfectly fine by default. It is saying guest OS family. So basically, it treats all the new virtual machines as guest VM. And whatever you install on top of them, they are guest because you can install, you can create virtual machine and you can delete whenever you want. So these are like guests coming in, going out, coming in, going out. So select the guest operating system family. And then it is saying select the guest OS version. Let's take a look at this option over here. So I'm going to select over here. You see how I said you can install any type of operating system? We're going to do Linux VM. And then it says select guest OS version. Now it's going to give me a whole list of all the Linux versions that exist over there. Which one I want to install? Let's do Oracle. Oracle 9 and 64-bit. Let's go next. Aha! It is saying that you have two storage devices. Where do you want to create this virtual machine? I want to go with this one because this has more space available. I'm going to go next. Aha! Think of this like you walked into a Best Buy or Micro Center and you are this geek person, ladies and gentlemen, and you want to build your own machine. Now this is giving you all the options that you would like to have in your virtual machine. That's the most beautiful thing about the virtual machine. How many CPUs you want to give to this virtual machine? By default, 1. Yes, Alina, we are doing this on the ESXi server through the website. Okay? This is not on my machine. Okay, very good question. Beautiful. How much RAM do you want to give it? For now, I'm just going to keep it to 2 gigabyte. How much disk space you want to give? You know what? I can make this 200 VMs, 100 CPUs too if you want. And then how many more are I'm left with? Then how many more VMs I can create? 22. If I give all the RAM, remember, all of these resources are dependent on what? They are dependent on my resources that are with that host has. Okay? The host hardware resources. And then I'm going to keep this same. And then I'm going to hit finish. And ladies and gentlemen, you would not believe, but I have successfully created a virtual machine. And I'm going to click on this. And you would not believe that I can turn on this virtual machine and take a look at this. It looks like just like a physical machine is booting up. Now I need to tell this machine where it's going to get the DVD from, the installation media, because there's no operating system on it, right? I think this is a lot for you guys today. I'm going to stop it over here. Terminal, I want to review the commands that we have done so far real quick. Then we're going to talk about why is there too much load on the server. Let's take a look at this right now, why the load is on the server. All right, everybody, please log in to your server. And let's see. Somebody said why there is so much load on the server. All right, let's take a look at this. The command is uptime. Oh my God. Take a look at this. 74 CPUs are being used. Simon, you need to look into this, what's going on my machine. All right, you see over here, there's a user test one. He has a cron job running over here. You see that?
Yeah, I'm checking.
Huh?
I'm checking it.
Yeah, guys, this is a new command. Most likely our machine is under attack. 100% cyber attack. Most likely, whenever this happens, because you put the machine out there, you give everybody an access, they're gonna come and do stupid things. Look at this. This program, top command, ladies and gentlemen, this is beautiful scenario we have at hand right now. And I wasn't planning to talk about this today, but I'm gonna talk about this now. Let me get a snipping tool over here and let's take a look into this. The top command is a very top-notch command. Let's take a look at this over here. If you can see, now you know out of your 144 cores, 73 cores are being utilized. So half of your server is being utilized. Okay, which is crazy. It's not using so much RAM over here. Let's take a look at this. So this is in 1 minute, 1 minute, this is 5 minutes, and this is 15 minutes. So for the past, I am thinking to myself when I woke up this morning, I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is going on with my server? Why is it making so much noise? Because I literally got it in my basement. And it was like crying. I could tell something was wrong because it's spinning up all the CPUs. It's taking all the CPU. Let's take a look at this over here. Percentage of CPU. You see this? This is way high, 700%, 7,000%. And this is one user over here which is using this program cron D. And then there's a root user over here which is using this program Python 3, Python 3. Okay, what command did you use to get over here? I used the top command. Now, so the top command will basically is the command that you mention on your interviews. If your server is slow and sluggish, what do? I run the top command and I see my load averages, whether they are going up or going down. In this case, 15 minutes ago was the same load, 5 minutes ago is the same load, and in 1 minute is the same load. What does that tell you? That tells you your server is constantly being hammered. Constantly being hammered. What is it doing? Well, this is a snapshot over here. I teach this stuff, by the way, in my last days of the course. Because if you can explain this part over here, you walk away with the job. If I were the interviewer, my only one question to the engineer coming in for the interview would be, your server is slow and sluggish. How do you troubleshoot this? And I promise you that's the one question every interviewer wants to know. Because if you can explain this right over here, why the server is slow and sluggish, then you deserve to walk away with a $150,000 job. Why? Because the bare metal server, the resources on your bare metal servers, what are those main resources? Your CPU, your RAM, your disk, your network. When you hit a slow server phenomena, you actually look at all of these resources and you try to figure out where the bottleneck is. where the problem is. So if you don't understand the system, if you don't understand Linux, you don't have the understanding, in-depth understanding, you cannot inspect all of these resources in great detail. You cannot see why the CPU usage is going high. Okay, if I come in here on this terminal, and every single one of you can run this command, run the top command, and I come over here and I press 1, it shows you every single core on your server and the load on that core. And if you can see the load on every single core, at least for the 74 cores, is 100% all the way used by one user. Who's the user? Well, let me show you. Run top command once again. Right here. Who's the user over here? Cron D. Sorry, test 1. This is the user. What program is he using to create this traffic? He's using the cron D program. So the process is cron D. Okay, so let me see if we can get in here. Let me clear my screen. Let me see if I can switch. Okay. Okay, I have to log in to this server because the policy says that I cannot become super user. That's a good thing. Still, people manage to break into your server. SSH. I'm going into my server. Let me see if I can hit this one with this IP address. Okay. Let me see what's the IP address for this server, the public IP address. You guys have the public IP address for this server? curl ifconfig.me. Okay, yeah. We have a lot of security stuff going on over here. And I don't know the public IP address because the IP address for that is a little different. Ping. So that's functioning. Well, there's stuff going on. No worries. Uptime. You can see the server is getting slow and sluggish because the load average is going up. This is beautiful. And all you need right now is a root access, which we don't have right now because somebody may have changed the root password recently. And take a look at this. All you need to do is just kill this user, test 1, and kill these programs over here, Python 3, Python 3. And let's take a look at this. All of you guys, these are all of you guys over here using the top command. You see that? I can see there's Dexon, there's Muna, there's PIW, there's Mukhtar. You see that? There's Nimra. I can see all of you guys using the command top right now. So this is beautiful how you build your understanding about the system. And these are all the statistics about your server right now. What's happening on your server. If you look at this, I'm going to explain you in a simple way. These are the load averages. And you remember we have 144 CPUs, right? So every time you see over here, this is 73. Imagine 73 CPUs out of 144 are being utilized right now. 73 are 100% maxed. So you got about 70 plus over here to work. So this is 50% because this is a heavy server. And in 5 minutes, 73, in 15 minutes, 73. When you come over here on this line, it shows you how many processes, how many programs are running on your server. And then when you come over here, this is where it tells you the culprit. It said that 50% of your server, right over here, 50% of your server is being utilized by users, by one of the user or multiple users. Well, who's that user over here, ladies and gentlemen? Can you identify that has the highest CPU utilization right now for us? Who's that user over here? There's the user test one. Look, when you give people power to come to your machine and do anything they want, when you allow people to come to your home, they're gonna do something stupid. And that's what's happening. You know, the memory utilization is only 1% by this user test one, and he's using the command cron d. Now, you guys know what cron d is? Cron d is a scheduler. It basically says that, okay, at a particular time of the day, run this command, a series of commands. Or it can schedule jobs, processes, programs. For example, real small example is on your computer, you may want to schedule a job to run, a program to run. For example, you may want to say, ring, play the music after every 5 minutes. That's scheduling the job, right? And you give it the music file and you say, every 5 minutes on my computer, play this music, play this file automatically. So you're scheduling the task. Okay. Another example would be maybe you want to say every 5 minutes, all of these pictures on my desktop, start playing them one by one and rotate every 5 minutes. You're scheduling a job. So somebody came into our server, they created the account test1, and then they scheduled some job. So they're constantly running one job over and over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. Okay. What does the percentage CPU means? That means the out of all of these processes, each process, how much percentage of the CPU that process is taking. So this process is taking most of your CPU time. That means this program is being run on your CPU right now more than anything. More than anything. Out of all the programs that are running, you are running your program and you run the command. That's your program. So this user test one is running a program cron-d, which is a job scheduler. You cannot kick this user out. 100% we can kick it out. 100 we can kick it out. But I think our infrastructure guy is sleeping right now. He has the root password. They were doing the testing. How can it be using 7,000%? Well, that means this many processes are, he's initiating this many programs, and those programs are getting lined up on the CPU queue, and that's why the server gets slow. It's not like it's actually, running all, could be running the programs or could be queuing up. There's a queue to get to the CPU, so it could be queuing up. If you come down over here, this clearly tell you that 50% of your server is being utilized by the user, not by the system. Okay, and 50% of the server is idle, is just sitting down. And if this program has anything to do with the hard drives or moving the data on the network, this number would be high. Such a beautiful scenario. So what privileges you need to run a cron-d? A regular user. A regular user. There is a way to make your server busy just like that. Okay, you can run any program and just loop it. The one thing we forgot to close down was the cron-d. Okay, interesting. I'm glad we're running into this issue, and the team is gonna take a look at this. It's okay, let them have some fun. But this is actually scary. If somebody uses your server, your machine to launch an attack on one of the government websites, guess what's going to happen? The feds are going to show up at my door. They're going to ask me questions. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? And then they're going to be at my doorstep and they're going to be like, yo, boss, what's going on? You're launching attacks. Yeah, so you see, we have the security policy where I cannot become the root user on the server. Okay, so now somebody who has the root access to the server, it's just the one command, kill -9, and then that would be cron D, and this would kill the whole cron D process, and then our server would stop running that command. So my issue is about 100 people are transitioning into my paid program. If I teach you something right now, a new topic like AWS, especially the AI infrastructure that I wanted to teach, and before I teach you guys AI infrastructure, I had to teach you all of the Linux stuff, the basic stuff, just to give you some foundation. AI, you just cannot just come up and start teaching you AI. It will fly over your head. Now you have some foundation. And I have plans to teach you guys the AI fundamentals. What is at the base of the AI and why this course is going to be so much relevant for you. And so, but now out of 112 people, at least 100 of you are transitioning into my paid program. So I'm thinking to myself, why are we going to waste time, redoing things? June 6th, when you transition into my paid program, inshallah, we're going to start from scratch. We're going to start from scratch. We're going to start working with the bare metal servers. And then we're going to install Linux on top of it. And then we're going to start learning Linux. I'm going to forget, my memory is going to be all clear. Cache and permanent and block memory is all going to be cleared. I'm going to treat you like a newborn baby. You have no experience, you have no understanding, even though I have taught you for 4 weeks. So literally these 4 weeks are completely like waste of time, to be honest with you. But some guest people come in. When the very first day we had about 260 or 90 students, and now we're down to those 100 students that we always get. And this is always like this. Every year we get 300 people come in, they join, they learn something, they like it, they don't like it, they go, they come back. So the class average has been 150, 170, 190, and now we're down to 100. And these are the actual people that want to transition into the paid program. Okay? So June 6th, today I'm going to talk about the paid program, what's in it for you. And then tomorrow is a Memorial's Day, and I got a lot of calls from the mothers because this is a long weekend and they want tomorrow off. So I'm thinking today we're going to talk about AWS. What is AWS? Which might fly over your head because, the foundation is there now, but I do not like to do just the theory part. I am a hands-on guy. I like to do hands-on things. So today we're going to review a little bit. We're going to talk about what's in the paid program. If you're still deciding and you're not sure, if you're still deciding, you're not sure whether this program is right for you or not, the best thing to do is talk to me. And how you're going to talk to me is you're going to schedule your one-on-one meeting with me by emailing this email address, class2026 at linoop.com. Okay. Oops. Can you guys see that? Is my writing okay? For you guys, right? Okay. For some reason, it's flipped for me. Okay. I can see why. Okay. Okay. you are going to send an email over here saying, I'm just interested in having a talk with Asad. So then somebody will send you the link to Calendly and you will schedule a one-on-one meeting for 15 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever works for you. And my job is to have a communication with you to get to know you a little bit more and basically tell you from my perspective what I think about whether you should be part of this program or not. And I have had professionals come to my program. They've been working in the industry for the last 15, 16 years. They're stuck at a salary $80,000. And some of them just needed my guidance, what to do next. And I gave them my guidance. Some of them needed to be in my program. And I saw that I can multiply their salary and I asked them to stay in my program and they're sticking to the program. So together we can make a better decision. Believe me, I'm not interested to take everybody into my program. I'm only interested if you are the right person. If I find you're not the right person, I'm going to say it to you in a very nice and professional way possible. I'm not there to put down anybody, but I'm there to help you and guide you. So, okay, so very good. So, yes, if you're new, you're still deciding, this is your first time coming over here, we're going to start the paid program June 6th. Is that the first Saturday, right? June 6th, 2026. That should be the first Saturday of June. Correct. The schedule is going to be, let me choose a different color. The schedule is going to be Saturday and Sunday. Saturday and Sunday, both days, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. You guys know, right? In my class, time flies, right? Because it's all hands-on. I'm not going to be talking too much. It's going to be all hands-on. I explain you a certain topic. We understand the topic, what it is. For example, file permissions. We will understand what file permissions are and directory permissions. And then we go straight onto the CLI. We type the command, we do some operations for 10, 15 minutes, we move on to the next topic. I explain you the topic, we do the lab work, hands-on on the terminal for 10, 15 minutes, we move on to the next topic. So I will cover topics and go over them with you guys in a live session on a command line. Then Tuesday and Thursday, we're going to have a class 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. And these are all Eastern times, right? New York time. Eastern time, New York time, okay? EST. Okay. Tuesday and Thursday, what's going to happen is when you're done with your Sunday class, we will give you a lab. You have Monday whole day, you have Sunday evening, you have Monday whole day, and you have Tuesday whole day to complete that lab. 9 p.m., you're going to join the live session, and it's all about going over the lab with you. Repeat the concept one more time and do the hands-on lab with you. Saim is going to conduct that. Also, Asad is going to be there assisting him. Saim is excellent. His concepts are excellent. When I get stuck somewhere, even though he's my student right now, he is the authority. I'm not hands-on, but this guy is a total hands-on. He's a game changer instructor, and he will join you guys. I will be there too. Osad will be there too. Other mentors are going to be there too. We will see if the collective learning is going well for you. Otherwise, we're going to break the class into group of 10s, give you all a mentor, and you guys do the lab with your mentor, one person for 10 students. We will see what formula works for you guys. You guys will have the decision power. I have a lot of mentors available. If you want me to bring 400 people into a session, I will bring 400 people. My one call and my students jump on to help me. Thank God. Okay. Now, there are a lot of people talking about time issues. And one of the sister, she's an incoming student. She also suggested me that how about we knock down Saturday and Sunday and we make the class every day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 9 to 11 p.m. And how about we keep one weekend on and one week, like Saturday on, Sunday off, so you can spend time with the family and kids. And then we have straight Monday, Tuesday. I said all of these things can be decided by the students. I'm all there for you. My team is all there for you. You're going to decide. In certain things, you're going to decide. In certain things, we're going to decide what's good for you. But for now, this is the program schedule. And we will see if we need to make a change. Okay? So now, weekend, no, I don't like that idea as well. And this is what I told her too. I said, listen, if you're coming to my program, you have to come with the mindset. Mindset is you're going to have to sacrifice something. And it's going to take a sacrifice. It's a month of sacrifice anyways. And happy early Eid Mubarak to those who celebrate Eid, to all the Muslims, my Muslim students. Happy Eid to all of you guys. Eid Mubarak to all of you guys. And month of sacrifice. And in this month of sacrifice, when you're actually doing the animal sacrifice, you need to make a decision and you need to have a word with yourself. What am I going to sacrifice for my future? And I tell you, I don't want to oversell anything to you guys. You guys know we've been around the block for the last 15 years. You heard my name, you heard Linoop's name, you heard from somebody, okay? But now you know for a fact that we have produced 1,500 professionals in this domain, have trained more than 2,000 people, okay? Not everybody walks away with the job. That's truth, absolute truth. You want me to be honest with you? Not everybody's going to walk away with the job. Who is going to walk away with the job? The person who has winning mindset, a person who believes in hard work, a person who values their hard work, a person who values their time, a person who can be disciplined, a person who's willing to sacrifice something. They're going to walk away with the job. I don't care how the economy is. I don't care how the economy is. I've never cared how the economy is. I don't even look at those numbers. I tell my students, you do what I'm telling you to do 1 to 2 hours daily. And daily doesn't include Saturday, Sunday because you're going to be in the class. That's Monday, that's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. 4 days in a week, if you can give 2 hours daily and you can discipline yourself, sit on your desk for 2 hours, do your labs, conclude your labs, understand them, you'll be fine. There's a job waiting for you. This domain is the safest domain right now to be in. But there's going to be saturation as well. The software engineers are losing their jobs. They're going to jump into this domain. But not everybody's going to make it because they're going to be learning from Udemy. You're going to be learning real hands-on stuff right here by the instructor who has produced 1,500 professionals. We know the stories. We know what they're going to ask you. Day one, we are going to train you for the interviews. This class is all about job placement. And the key to success is in your own hands. So let's talk about the program a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, so everybody understands the schedule, right? What are we going to cover in this class? Let me start. We're going to start off with Linux. No, we're going to start off with bare metals. Everybody's okay with me talking about this because I haven't talked about this in this program. I haven't given you any marketing pitch. So I want to talk about what we're going to be learning over here. And then because 98% of you are going to transition into the paid program, I'm going to give you tomorrow off to spend with your family because June 6th, you won't have time to spend with your family. Is everybody okay with that? If you all say, no, I want to come take the class tomorrow, I am going to be here. I'm going to teach you. But I want to give all my sisters and the fathers and the mothers their time with their kids. And those of you who are not married, your time with your girlfriends or whatever, your fiance, whatever it is for you, okay? So during program, we have to study 7 days a week. No, not really. I said 4 days you dedicate. And even if you have to study 7 days a week, what's the big deal about that? Yeah. Uh, yeah, it's going to be full family time. Absolutely. Okay. Now, okay, appreciate that. Thank you. I know a lot of you guys wanted this, and some of you guys called me too for the free class. I mean, for a day off. And so we're definitely going to take you. What did I write over here? It's a bare metal. Bare metal means we're going to be looking at these servers. I'm going to bring different type of servers. Once again, we're going to open them up. We're going to see what's inside of those servers. And then we are going to configure those servers. You guys are going to help me to build a production server to set their out of band management, to set their iDRAC, ILO. Like, how do you access these servers from remote, from your home? Let's say your colleague has a server, he's sitting in Houston, you are in New Jersey or New York location, and you order a server, the server arrives in the data center, somebody opened up that server for you, and they just connected the power cable and they just connected the Ethernet cable. How do you remotely set up and configure that server, the bare metal server, and how do you make changes, like how the disks are going to be utilized, how you're going to install the operating system on top of that. We're going to see all of those things starting June 6th. I'm going to start from scratch. I don't care what your knowledge is. Once we understand bare metals, we are going to install Linux on the bare metal. So once again, we will understand what is Linux operating system, how did it come into existence, what is open source, what is closed source, all of the things that you already know. But do not miss my classes. Paid classes are game changer. Everything that I cover in the paid class is going to be on your interview. From day one, we're going to have everybody turn on their cameras. We're going to have you guys be available. I will ask you to open up your mic and answer my questions. I am going to prepare you day one for your interviews. Are you up for that? If you're up for that, I want to see your name over here. If you're up for that, I need to see your name over here. This is real class for real goals, and it's going to take real efforts. So you guys understand one thing. Day one, I know some of you guys are shy, but nobody will be looking at your camera. Only me and my team will see what you're doing during the class. The other students will not see your camera at all. Why do I want you to be on camera? Because I want you to be attentive. I know some of you guys like to play with your phone, the TikTok dopamine is there, the Instagram dopamine is there. No. For some time, I'm going to have you uninstall those applications. I want you to take charge of your life. 6 months, I literally have control over your life. If you give me that control, I'm going to give you that 120K minimum salary. We're going to understand Linux. We're going to start from scratch. What is Linux? How it came into existence? Why Linux was thought about Linux? And then we're going to start to get into the file system. I'm going to teach you again how to create the file and directory. I'm going to teach you every single thing in Linux. At the end of the 2 months journey in the paid program, you're going to become Linux subject matter expert. After 2 to 3 months, you can go and take your Red Hat certified system administration certification, and you will see you will pass it in flying colors. How many of you guys had a chance to check out the Linoop Instagram? LINOOPTEK. How many of you saw the certifications over there? I want you guys to take a second right now before you delete your Instagram and TikTok on June 6th, by the way. That's when we're going to delete. I want you to go. I want you to check out this page. I don't care about the likes. I don't want your likes. I don't want you to subscribe. That's the one thing I promised myself. I will never ask people to subscribe and like. Hell with that. Go for your mental satisfaction and check out how many people under Linoop back in 2025, in the month of November, December, how many people got certifications? You will see close to 70 or 80 people. We did not upload all the certificates because some of you guys are, private. You don't want to be on Instagram. You don't want your name to show up there. We respect that. So is there like a, coincidence that every single one of you is going to get a certification? Am I going to give you a cheating formula? How to cheat on Red Hat certification? No. Even if I had one, it wouldn't work. Red Hat is very strict about that. Yes, there are cheating formulas for Amazon Web Services. The cheating formula is very simple, and I'm not advertising for that. I am not. There are people on LinkedIn, they will reach out to you. They will offer you Amazon Web Services certification for $300, for $500. They charge you over $200. What somebody's going to do is they're going to come into your computer, they're going to take the test for you, and you just sit over there and pretend, yeah, I'm doing the test. Oh my, okay. And then you walk away with 100%. That is Amazon Web Services exam. That's BS. Red Hat, they're different. They're a different class. They don't allow you to do any of that stuff because they will give you a USB. You will not have access to your computer, meaning your operating system. You will plug in the USB, you boot up your system into Linux. There's one person looking at you on your face, and there's another person or the same person looking at your keyboard. And before they start the exam, they're going to have you run your camera 360 degree. And if they see you move your hands away from the keyboard, they stop your exam. If they see your eye contact is shifting from here to there, they're going to stop the exam. That's why Red Hat certified system administrators and certified system engineers, nobody doubts them. So how is it that I am giving you 100% guarantee that you're going to pass this exam and you're going to become certified based on what you saw on Instagram? Well, that exam has 25 or 22 objectives. there are 25 topics, let's say. And those topics, the Red Hat wants you to know those topics. Guess what? You know what the secret sauce is? We're going to do those 25 topics in this class over and over again. You're going to have the labs. You're going to do these things in your sleep. Okay? So no worries on that. That's why you're going to pass it. So we are going to learn Linux. Why are we going to learn Linux? Folks, the darling of the data center, Linux. The cloud industry's backbone, Linux. Anything mission critical, Linux. Top Fortune 500 companies running their servers, Linux. 75%, don't quote me on that, but more than 75% of the internet. Internet is what? The World Wide Web, the WWW, is powered by Linux. 3-4 weeks into the program, you will be able to set up that Linux web server. You will create your own website at Linoop in just like 5 commands. So simple. So we're going to give you the CLI, command line interface power. We're going to teach you Linux. We're going to teach you troubleshooting skills, because Linux, anybody can run Linux. It's a 10-15 minutes installation, or maybe an hour the max. But how do you work with the command line? Every single thing that you do in Linux is a command line. And that's where I need you to practice daily, because it should be on your fingertips and it should be in your brain right here. After we are done with Linux, in parallel, by the way, in parallel, we are going to learn VMware. So Linux and VMware is going to run in parallel. What is VMware? It's a virtualization. I already showed you virtualization. You know, first we started off with the bare metal. Second thing we need to learn is the virtualization. How do you take a one server and convert it into multiple servers? Can I erase this if you guys don't mind? And this stuff over here. So virtualization is going to be very important for you guys. How do you take one physical server and you convert it into multiple servers? That's the virtualization. And we already saw some of it. Very easy, all graphical user interface. There's no need to stress about this. This is going to be on your fingertips. All right. This, you will be excellent at virtualization. Nothing to worry about that. That's all graphical stuff, beautiful stuff. Okay. Now, after we are done with Linux and virtualization, we are going to move into learning something called Docker. Docker is containerization. Containers. You know, we start off with the bare metal server, a physical server, one server with CPU, RAM, memory, hard drive, network cards, VGA card, maybe GPU card. Then we go into VMware. VMware takes that one physical server, one number of CPUs, the logical cores. We talked about it, right? Sockets, logical cores, the CPUs, RAM, and hard drive, and network card. VMware sits on top of the bare metal, and the bare metal server now can be made into multiple virtual machines. Virtual machines are software-based machines. They are created with the help of the software, VMware, and there are other platforms too. And we're going to see how this one bare metal server, for example, the one that we have, the Gen 9 HPDL 580, the one that you use daily that has 144 CPUs It has 755 gigabyte of RAM. It has 3.3 terabyte of disk space. We're gonna take that beast right in front of you guys. We're gonna install VMware and we're gonna convert it into 144 virtual machines. You're gonna do that with me, starting with the bare metal and virtualization. Once you have these 144 virtual machines, still remember those are virtual machines. They have their own operating system and they can still run, number of applications on them. Then we're going to learn the containerization technology. Containers are basically ready to ship pre-packaged boxes where your applications live. So understand one thing, whatever we are learning, whether it's bare metal, Linux, VMware, Docker, Kubernetes, whatever we are learning, the whole purpose of the learning journey is to support applications, to be able to run applications efficiently, because application at the end of the day brings business home. I'll give you an example of Bandar Ikra. She works for TikTok. TikTok has their application, right? You guys use that application. So the application has all the users around the world, millions and billions of users connect to that application. So all of their infrastructure at TikTok, basically infrastructure and all the engineers and the smart people, all their job is to make sure the TikTok application is up and running. You guys only see one application, but at the back end, they have millions of tiny applications running on their servers. And they have infrastructure engineers, they have Linux engineers, they have virtualization engineers. All their job is to keep those applications up and running smoothly. So Docker is the new and latest way to run the applications in containers. Think of containers as virtual boxes where the application is installed along with its dependencies. You're not going to understand what I'm saying over here, because before you come to the containerization, you need to understand Linux and how to install packages on Linux, or how do you install applications, how do you install programs. Like you install Google Chrome on your Windows, you need to learn how to install the Google Chrome on Linux. So traditionally, you would install Google Chrome on Linux and it would be installed on a one VM and it's tied to that virtual machine or one operating system. But if you can somehow put that Google Chrome and you put it in a container, which is, and it has all of the dependencies, everything that Google Chrome needs to run, you can take this container and you can throw it on any machine, whether it's using Windows, Unix, Linux, and it will work smoothly regardless of the underlying operating system. That's called containers. And the next, I know you guys are not going to understand what I'm talking about over here, but believe me, when you understand Linux and virtualization and bare metals, the smooth journey into Docker containers will explain you how to run applications in a container environment. And so this is the hottest thing right now, Docker. And another thing that leads us to Kubernetes, which is also called K8s. K8s is basically containers orchestration. And what is orchestration? Management of containers. Because first applications ran on bare metal servers, one operating system, one application on the operating system Linux. Then we moved into VMware. VMware is taking that bare metal server, slicing it into different virtual machines, each virtual machine can run a different operating system. That happened because of the virtualization. Then we further saw we need to run applications independent of the operating system. We don't care what the underlying operating system is. We want to make sure that our application never stops, never dies, never gets killed. And if it does get killed, and if it stops for some reason, it can move to another machine and it can spin up like this and can start working. Orchestration. How do you manage thousands of Docker containers running on multiple servers, clusters of servers? Interesting topic. And ladies and gentlemen, ever since we got into Docker and Kubernetes, this is like the hottest thing right now. If I can put my finger on one thing and I can tell you this is the way to make money, this is right here. Docker and Kubernetes. The orchestration of containers, the security of containers, if you understand this. But before you understand this, you need to understand this. You need to understand this. You need to understand this. And then we come over here because we are going to learn Linux and we are going to be managing thousands of Linux servers. We need to learn automation. And the tool we are going to use for automation is Ansible. Ansible is your automation. You know, when you have thousands of Linux boxes or containers running on your network, you need an automation platform that can manage these servers. Any change that you want to make, for example, you have, let's just say you have thousands of servers, 1,000 servers running on your network. You want to update them. Are you going to log into them one by one and use the yum update command? Or there is a way to automate the update? What if you wanted to create 150 machines? For example, you guys are coming to my class, you're 100 of you, 80 to 100 of you are interested in the program. The day one you sign up and you join the June 6th. I have to make sure that there are 2 machines for each one of you. So that would be around 160 or 200 machines. Am I going to sit or am I going to sit around and create those machines one by one manually? Or am I going to find a automation platform which can do this for me? That's where Ansible comes in. Very powerful tool by Red Hat. You need to learn this. So you need to understand bare metals, you need to understand Linux, you need to understand VMware, you need to understand automation, you need to understand Docker and Kubernetes. And in addition to this, you're also going to learn about cloud. We're going to talk about AWS. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your roadmap. And at the very end of the class, I am going to teach you AI, infrastructure, AI infrastructure skills. Oh, this is not highlighted. And AI infrastructure is exactly all the things that you're doing over here. But in addition to that, it's going to be learning, hold on, AI infra engineer. Anybody who understands this picture over here, bare metals, Linux, VMware, cloud, Docker, Kubernetes, Ansible, can learn this. Because all you're adding in this is basically GPUs, CUDA, and some NVIDIA technologies that you're going to learn in this class. And once you know all of these things, and once you know the AI infrastructure backend, the platform, the high performance computing platform that can run the AI workloads, Docker and Kubernetes basically, on a bare metal server, running GPU, CUDA, PyTorch, and the NVIDIA proprietary networking stuff, then your worth is close to $150,000. $150,000. Each one of them comes with its own certification as well. We're going to be focusing on the Linux certification because out of all of these things, if you are the Red Hat, if you are a Red Hat certified admin, then you have authority. You understand how to manage Linux servers. There is a certification for Ansible as well, which we also teach at Linoop. And you will see a lot of people on Instagram, they have the certification for Ansible. And we're starting another batch in June for Ansible certification, but that has nothing to do with your class. We are going to be learning Ansible enough so you can manage thousands of servers. We are not going to become subject matter expert in all of these technologies. We cannot. We are going to focus on Linux, a little bit of VMware, enough to survive in the environment, a little bit of cloud, enough to survive in the environment, because you won't be managing the backend VMware, you won't be managing the backend cloud. You will be the consumer, you will be the user at the user level, some administration in the VMware and the cloud, AWS. My area of focus will be Linux, Docker and Kubernetes, and AI infrastructure, and Ansible. That's where I want you to pay more attention. If you know how to do this, if you know how to do this, and this, you are $150,000 material. So RHCE stands for Red Hat Certified System Engineer. Let me just share my screen over here for 1 second. And I did some chat GPT. I have a professional account with the chat GPT. Move this over here. I asked this question, and I swear to God, this is the first time I'm ever asking ChatGPT this question. I know the answer, but I just wanted you guys to see. I did not know what the ChatGPT was going to. You know what I did? I went to the Linoop page and I copy pasted the whole thing. And I said, I'm about to sign up for the course with these Wacko guys. This is what they're promising to teach me. And my question is, I am going to sign up for the program taught by Linoop Tech, and here is what they're promising to teach me. Do you think these skills are going to be in demand coming in 2027, and why? And then I give the whole technology expert program details, by the way, which everything is not over there, but still. It says most of these skills are still expected to be highly relevant in 2023, especially when combined together instead of learned individually, if the way we're going to combine them. Linux, cloud, virtualization, containers, automation, AI infrastructure fundamentals, real world operations exposure. What will be still in demand in 2003? Extremely strong in demand. Extremely strong in demand. Linux is the foundation of the cloud, AI, container, Kubernetes, cybersecurity, DevOps, HPC, enterprise backend systems, and that's what I've been telling you day first. Linux is the backbone of everything you touch today technology-wise. If you sit in a Tesla car, that's also powered by Linux, because the software was, and the software running in your Tesla car is powered by Linux. So AI infrastructure, this is what I've been telling you. AI infrastructure runs mostly on Linux. If you talk to 5 years old today, they would tell you the AI is taking over, right? And if the AI is taking over, that means we need more computing power. That means we need more servers. You know what is the main concern of all the technologists today and the computer scientists today? All the pundits that are making decisions in technology? What is the major concern today? Their major concern is they don't have enough power and they don't have enough land to run their data centers. They're running into those issues because they need so much CPUs, so much resources to run the AI. AI is amazing. But do you know one thing? Right now, AI is costing more money to run and operate than an individual working for somebody. So at least for the next 3, 4, 5 years, AI is going to be the boom. I don't know if it's going to live up to its expectations. I really don't know. I cannot make that call because, it's over promising, but who cares? It's going to be here. It's going to be in data centers. All I know is I got to learn about bare metal servers, Linux, VMware, Ansible, Docker and Kubernetes, cloud, any AI infrastructure, so I can get my feet in the door. I can get in technology. One thing is whether AI go away or, gets more stronger, these technologies are not going anywhere. They're only going to grow. Okay? So containers, I was talking about containers, running your applications in small containers, fast, reliable, no dependency, isolation. I know all of these things are flying over your head right now, and you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, what the hell did I get myself into? This guy is a non-stop talker. I don't understand anything. What is he saying? Oh God, help me. Should I sign up? Should I not sign up? I don't know. 4 weeks is not enough. I know those feelings. I know those feelings. And then I get messages from my students like a Rouge, 147K offer and $55 another offer. Mashallah, she got 3 offers with 2 children. Okay. Cloud is very strong in demand. We're going to teach you cloud computing. We're going to teach you everything that says over here. Okay. Cloud alone is becoming commoditized. Okay. Yes. So the real value is you combine the cloud and automation and Kubernetes and cloud, you will be good. Next step, virtualization, still relevant. Virtualization is going to be there, whether it's VMware or whether it's Proxmox or whether it's Red Hat OpenShift virtualization. Virtualization is going to stay here because not everybody can afford to buy the cloud servers. We're going to talk about what is cloud and what is virtualization. Many enterprises still run VMware. Large companies cannot migrate overnight. Yes. Yes, VMware, exact. This is what I told you guys the other day. Remember? I said Broadcom has taken over VMware and the Broadcom has made their products so expensive that people are shifting from VMware to different platforms. But where are they going exactly? We don't know yet. Proxmox, Red Hat, virtualization. But if you understand virtualization and how to create virtual machines, you can work with any platform. Okay? And that's what it says here. Cloud native. This is it. Come to this baby. Drop the visualization, come to this baby. Kubernetes, come to this baby over here. Kubernetes, K8S is Kubernetes. Proxmox, OpenShift virtualization. I didn't even read this. I was just talking about it. Very strong. Ansible, is a very strong demand. It automates everything for you. And it's so easy to learn. So easy to learn because it's a human language. You do it, you do programming in human language. So easy to learn. Okay. Yeah. Patching, deployment, configuration. Python, I'm not sure if we're going to learn Python in this class. I would love to teach you guys, but by the time you're done learning all of this, I don't think you have the capacity to learn Python. But if you tell me we are ready to learn Python, I will teach you Python. Kubernetes knowledge will likely be expected from many infrastructure and platform roles. AI infrastructure increasingly depend on container orchestration. Kubernetes is already standard. This is one of the strongest parts of the curriculum. AI platform, cloud native infrastructure, the Docker and Kubernetes. Infrastructure engineer, AI infrastructure, high growth area. And I said that all good AI infrastructure trainers teach GPU servers, Linux for AI, networking, monitoring, OpenShift, AI, NVIDIA, all of the things that I'm going to teach you over here. Weak AI programs only teach ChatGPT, prompting theory, generic AI. The ChatGPT is not for professionals, by the way. Claude is not for professionals. When we talk about AI, we talk about the back-end AI, not how to tell your ChatGPT, to give you comforting answers. Hands-on, I am very big on hands-on. Everything that I talk about has to be hands-on. 20 minutes of lecture. I had to do a lot of talking during these 4 weeks because you have no background at all. So this is what you will be doing. You will be troubleshooting, you will be documenting issues, you will be handling outages, IT job roles, incident management, and let's see over here. The biggest advantage is the infrastructure focused path. Many people are learning front-end development, generic coding, basic cybersecurity. Few people understand. Yo, guys, pay attention over here. Few people deeply understand Linux, infrastructure, automation, cloud operations, AI platforms, Kubernetes, enterprise systems. Aha. I like it. I like it. You're going to be the few people that understand all of this ecosystem. And yeah, is it a walk in the park? No. Is it rocket science? Is it rocket science what I'm going to teach you? Well, you tell me. Anything that I talked about so far in my program, does it sound like a rocket science to you? Am I asking you to create new rockets? Or am I giving you something that's created for you already? All I'm telling you is practice. This command will show you this. This command will show you this. This is what the IP address is used for. This is what the MAC address is used for. Is this a rocket science? If it's a rocket science, Zara is saying, yes, this is rocket science, right, Zara? She's saying this is rocket science. All of your course is rocket science. Is that what you're saying, Zara? Oh, okay. She's saying, no, this is not a rocket science. So here are the risks in the program. If we don't do this shallow training, I mean, just talking, not showing you, not giving you hands-on labs, lack of production style troubleshooting, well, guess what? We're going to do all the troubleshooting. You're going to get tickets and incidents assigned by your mentors. You're going to be solving those problems. How deeply you will actually practice them? Well, today you saw a problem solving approach on how to calm the busy server. Everything here is going to be hands on. And that's where my emphasis is, 2 hours daily. We will give you labs, we will give you quizzes. When you come to the class, I will ask you to open your mic, I will randomly pick your name. You're gonna shiver, you're gonna have a heart attack during the class sometimes, and just make sure you have 911 on your fingertips. But at the end of the day, this is what you're going to become. One of these guys, based on this program, this is what you're going to become. You're going to become a Linux engineer. You're going to become platform engineer. You're going to become cloud engineer. You're going to become Kubernetes engineer. You're going to become DevOps engineer. You're going to become an AI infrastructure engineer, site reliability engineer, automation engineer. I am not telling you this. ChatGPT is telling you this because all of the things that I'm teaching you over here, this is exactly what it is. You can apply to any of these roles. Any of these roles. Especially for people who can troubleshoot systems, automate infrastructure through Ansible, work with containers, Docker and Kubernetes, understand cloud platform like AWS, support AI workloads, AI infrastructure engineer right over here. Yeah, I feel like some Chinese bots come from China and they attend our classes as well. Maybe they want to learn something because they never take part in the poll. They never come over here in the chat. They never say anything. They just sit quietly and they just take classes. I don't know. I thought these guys are smart, but they're coming over here as bots and they're learning from the best. Okay. This is stronger and more future oriented curriculum than many generic boot camps, especially because it focuses on infrastructure, operations, Linux, automation, Kubernetes, instead of only no coding theory. Folks in my class, we're going to teach you basic cybersecurity, I promise you. I'm not going to talk about prompt engineering. I don't want to teach you how to use the chat GPT. I don't want to just talk about generic cloud concepts. I'm going to give you good understanding of the cloud. So the outcome will depend heavily on you, how much hands-on practice you are doing, whether you're doing real world projects, whether you learn troubleshooting deeply what you saw today, whether the instructors expose you to realistic production scenarios. Absolutely true. If the training is genuinely hands-on, this skill stack should remain relevant and employable in 2027. Okay, that's a good one. Deep absorption mode. Okay. So even when the instructor stops teaching you and asks you to take part in the poll, even then you are in damn mode, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what the ChatGPT has to say. I don't know how many of you had a chance to do your research on these topics, but I am telling you, if you're willing to learn, if you're looking for the right platform, we got everything over here. 16 years, been in the industry, 26 years of experience, more than 1,500 people on the jobs, daily connected with 500 people, 600 people I connect with daily, and great community, you know, and great support over here for you guys. You've seen it all. I don't want to just say it again. I'm going to open up to all the questions right now. Okay. Um, No, I didn't want to show you guys it would be waste of time, to be honest with you, if I go over the cloud with you guys, because most of you guys are transitioning into my paid program. Okay, anybody here that's not transitioning into the paid program, just say it in the chat. And whatever you're going to be doing, you're going to be doing college, you're going to be doing another boot camp, whatever you're going to be doing, let me know over here so I can help you a little bit or guide you. But remember, you don't have to join my program when you talk to me. Come, talk to me, discuss what your future goals are, and ask me questions, whether that area is good or not. I can tell you, project management, done. Do not go into project management. Data analyst, done. Do not go into that area. Business analyst, done. Do not go into that area. Guys, stop learning the tools. Stop. Learn the system. What is the system? The system runs everything. Bare metal, cloud, virtualization, Linux, Docker and Kubernetes. This is the system. No company on this face of earth can exist without this ecosystem. They cannot, simply. So stop learning these tools, Scrum, business analyst tools, SAP tools. Stop, because they will change. 1999, I learned Unix. Till this day, it's paying me. Transition into Linux. Same thing, same commands. 26 years ago, I made that decision. Still paying me. Learn the system. You want to go excel at something else, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity. But if you go to cybersecurity, then you got to learn the foundation. You know, my son, 19 years old, came to my program, graduated when he was 20, started working on a Wall Street for a law firm, a good law firm, $90,000 his first salary package. Worked over there for a year. And then I had him take the Red Hat certification admin exam. I had him take the Red Hat certified system engineer. Now he's 21. And I made him resign from one of first job, and he was in tears, like, Baba, I don't wanna, they're nice people. I said, don't worry about the people. People are always gonna be nice. Grow your skills, goddamn. You're not gonna stay at one job more than a year. Made him resign, made him put his resume back on the market. From the first job, $90,000, to the second offer, $147,000. 22 years old. The manager asked him, how much would you like? He put down $120K. And when he walked out, the manager said, you put down $120K. What do you want? How should I make you happy? What would make you sign and stay with me? Swear to my God. He said, well, little kid, 20, 21, 22 years old. It's like, yeah, 125. He's like, you got it. And by the time he came home, he arrived home, 147K offer in his pocket. He still didn't take it. Still didn't take it. Went to BlackRock. Less pay. You know why? I don't want to go to the office, Baba. I want to work from home. And BlackRock is a big name anyways. He's working as an engineer. He's going to NYU for his master's. Now, when this kid graduates with his master's in cybersecurity, guess what? He knows Linux. He knows Docker and Kubernetes and cloud. He knows whole automation. He knows virtualization. He knows the bare metal. That's the base for the cybersecurity. You won't find that many people that actually understand all of these things. And then he's going to become a cybersecurity specialist. You know the paycheck he's going to have in 5 to 6 years? Close to $300,000. Is $300,000 a decent income to afford your life? I would think so. I would think so. Data sciences with the Python and AI data sciences. I don't know about that because AI is actually good at data sciences. AI will process any large amount of data. So why do they need people like you to do the data science when AI can do that for you? Jobs are being eliminated for data scientists. Maybe at the back end, if you are the one who's training these models, AI models, then you're relevant.